and I've known these guys for quite a while. I used to be their middle school principal, so it's really nice to see how they've grown into fine young gentlemen and ladies, and we're super proud of them. But thank you guys for recognizing them.
Your accomplishments are above and beyond. I'm very proud of each and every one of you as well. Thank you. Hey, Russell?
Speech.
I'm never lost for word, but if I had a microphone in front of me, I'd probably talk all day. Give a little bit of history of who we are and where we want to go in the future. But we're really proud of you guys. You know, some of my children, grandchildren graduated from Wyver. I know the athlete sitting over there. Him for many years, and I know my boys played with you. But we're really proud of you, all of you young people. You know, we want you to graduate. We want you to continue your educational journey, because it's going to really be important to you later in life. When you get to be my age, you're going to be glad that you accomplished your educational needs, because we're going to need it in the future. And so I would recommend to continue your education, whether you go into college or military is a good experience. Only an experience. We want you guys out in the front line and, you know, defending yourselves or your people. But it's something that is available. Or today we need VOTEC. You know, here on the tribe seem like we're having shortage of carpenters, plumbers, electricians, the whole 9 yards, you know, and it seems like our people either don't want to learn or they're afraid to learn, you know, so it's something that's up to you, all of you, however you want to continue your journey in the future. And we love you, for one thing. You know, we're always proud when somebody graduates high school. Unfortunately, I didn't, but it still kept me off the street. I may look like a street person, but I'm really proud of it. I walk the alleys of Whiteberg every once in a while. You guys do have alleys back there.
A lot of them, yeah, a lot.
No, we are proud of you, and we're really proud of our tribal president, first female president of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. But unfortunately, she had a major assault too, so that makes me feel good, right? So congratulations, and I don't know if anybody else. I know Terry for many years. I went to college with her back in the day at SGU. And what's your position now?
High school principal.
High school principal. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's what you can do. Look forward to that. Then we have the council rep from Horse Creek. We have a council rep from Corn Creek. I don't know who else is here. Oh, and she's doing Emily Boyd is doing a hearing today, public hearing. She's one of our council reps, and it's good to see our young people stepping up besides this old guy. Stepping up and being a leader within our tribal structure, so we're proud of her too. So enjoy the visit of the tribe. Maybe one of you will be a leader one day and build us a brand new tribal building and be successful at what you do. Thank you.
I want to say one more thing. As you're going through school, starting from elementary school to high school, you meet a lot of people, you make a lot of friends, you have a lot of adventures. And I know that by the time you get to where you're at now, It's gonna be a happy day, it's gonna be a sad day, it's kind of gonna, your emotions are gonna run high. I want you all to keep in mind that when you're deciding what you're gonna do with your future, home is always gonna be here, and it'll be really fabulous for some of you to finish your college education and come back here. Like Russell was talking about us getting older, you know, we're gonna need fresh ideas, fresh minds, and new leadership as the years go on. So when you're done with your college education, whatever field you go into, you're needed everywhere. Jobs everywhere need people in them. Here on the reservation, people, some go away, come back, some go away and don't come back. Some feel like they're gonna come back and not have anything here, but it's always gonna be here, your homes, your families, and the need for whatever education you've obtained, whatever degree. We need doctors, we need nurses, we need people in EMTs, everywhere. There is a high need for those specialties. So if any of that is your interest, I hope to see you here one day filling one of those positions. We need vets, I'm the animal person, so we need veterinarians.
Teachers.
We have so much need. So go forward in your journeys and do well, make your families proud without your parents and those at the schools that have encouraged you and helped you come this far. We're all in unity. We've all done this together. We've been a part of you and you've been a part of us. So once again, I'm very proud of you. Bob, did you want to address?
Well, not really, but you took all the words that I was gonna say out of my mouth. I ain't got nothing to say. I think half of these students here are my grandkids.
Yep.
So, just wanted to say congratulations to the seniors. Hope to see you down the road. I got my granddaughter there. I got a nephew there, and another granddaughter. And I think every one of them my granddaughter. So, congratulations again, seniors.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be seated because I'm already so tall. I'll just be towering over you. But like everybody said, we are so proud of you. This day is always bittersweet. I think everybody kind of already said enough, but I really want to reiterate that although it seems like this is a time of high pressure on you to decide what you have to do with the rest of your life, I just hope that you take this time to really find out who you are. There's so much more to life to still find out. You're still so young, even though you may feel so old. I really appreciate Russell's words because sometimes I feel old now. I turned 41, so I just feel like this dinosaur. But I also feel so grateful to be in this position, to be able to have my elders here and learn from, but to be able to see you guys, your fresh faces, and to know that you have so much life ahead of you. I just hope that you take advantage of learning who you really are, because this world, this society puts so much pressure on us to be this or be that or fit into exactly one or another thing. And I think that we all are unique and we all have so many talents, and we really need all of those talents. It's not just about those skills. Those are so important. Please, if that's your passion, do it. But we need so many bodies just wanting to work here, just wanting to be a part of, to make this our home and make it function and make it be a better, brighter future. So I see all of you as part of that, and I just want to say I'm so proud of you. Little background is I grew up in White River until I was about 5 years old, so I'm always so proud to say that I started my education in White River at Head Start over there. My mom was Sioux, so our family's from over there, so I might be related to a lot of you here. So again, just live in the moment, but also look for the future, and we're so proud of you. So thank you.
I'd also like to extend my thank you. The decoration, very, very, very nice. Thank you, whoever's responsible for all of that, and to all you dinosaurs in here. I really am I'm probably the oldest one. I'm 80 years old and still going strong. So, hear their words. We need you. And we'll do well. Can we get a picture in front of everyone? And it's great to walk in here and I see students from White River.
Ms. Perry, you want the students up here?
Yes, that would be good. If we did, that would be good.
I'm waiting to see who I'm gonna not call or work. I call her.
Just need one for our website.
As long as everybody's eyes are open, we're good.
Yes, we're good.
And I think you can take that. And, before you go, students, I want to give, Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Someone was.
Remember your grandpa sitting right there, hit him up.
Happy or you?
All right. Grandpa got a check over here for coming.
Oh, this is Bill. I gave you taking my hand.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's forward. Need it. Yeah, that's awesome. That's great. All right. Have a good future.
Thanks again, Kathy.
Congratulations.
I gotta get back everywhere, but I gotta get time.
Oh, good to see you. How there's it going? All summer.
Okay, looking pretty damn.
They finally let me graduate. Good to see you.
You see you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Go take it.
My grandmother, take a picture that you guys go. But is this one for grab? Just stand here. Oh, I have some.
Oh, there is, do you want to copy of these ones? The current one and then the.
Okay.
Or design.
Thanks for the pictures, and if you could send it to me, just, you've got my email address.
wisdom and guidance in the decisions that they have to make. And Father, we pray that you would just help us throughout this meeting. For this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. If you all just want to find a seat here, that would be fine. Did everybody sign in?
Yep, there's a sign-in sheet by the double doors.
There's a sign-in sheet, and I don't know if we might use that order for the comments or how, or if we're just gonna have people raise hands. What do you think?
Here's the sign. Well, should we leave it over there? I don't know. Just right there. Yeah.
So this morning, we will be having a public hearing to hear comments on proposed changes to the curfew. It'd be chapter 19. If you picked up a copy of the proposed changes, the changes that are proposed are underlined in this copy here. While we're kind of getting settled in, I just want to remind everyone that this is a public hearing for comments. So when you do get the floor, if you'd like to have a comment made, we ask that you start with your name, stating your name clearly for the record. And then we'll probably allow 10 minutes. It doesn't seem like we have too many here today. If it looks like there's more comments coming in, we might have to shorten those down to 5-minute comment periods. But for right now, we will allow 10 minutes per person for a comment. If you're listening, we also have an email available right now that you can send comments to. Somebody will be checking in real time today. You can also mail those in through the P.O. Box at the Tribe, P.O. Box 430 in Rosebud. And again, that email comment is rst.comments@rst-nsn.gov. And the comment deadline is going to be May 15th. So if you're not able to make it here today for in-person, you can bring those comments in, you can mail them in or email them in, as long as they're in by the deadline of May 15th. So the way we'll kind of do is we'll kind of just ask people to maybe just, I don't know, raise your hand or something. We'll start a list here of who all wants to go first and start the day like that. Tina, will you be keeping track of the time?
Yes.
Okay, so if you see her kind of jumping around or looking at you funny, you might be getting close to your 10-minute time, that's all. She will let you know nicely though whenever we get to that point. And we just ask that we be respectful of everybody's time. Out of respect, do we have any elders in the room that would like to begin the comment period? Okay, I'll open it up for everyone. Who would like to go first? Do I see a hand? We are available to take questions if anybody has any questions, but the purpose of today is actually to hear public input. So we don't want to kind of lead that conversation in any way. However, if you do have questions, we can answer those if you'd like. The main change that we're doing today there's a couple of grammatical things that are being changed in the ordinance, but the main change, it looks like, is that the violation of a curfew for minors underneath the age of 18 would move from a Class C crime to a Class B crime. And I believe the thought there was to allow that to be an arrestable offense. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Emily.
Yes.
Changing it from a Class C to a Class B, it's not going to make it an arrestable offense, wrong. It probably is, but we won't be able to house it because it's a violation of our contract. and how status offenses. Well,
That's good to know. Is there a mic? Can he get a mic? I just like that for the record if you could, because that would be good information to make sure for the enforcement part of it that we're aware of.
I'll pass it.
Thank you very much.
Is this on?
It doesn't magnify in here, it's just.
You can hear me?
You can record it, yep.
All right.
You can hear it, yep.
I guess before you start your morning on curfew, I was visiting with other people this morning that many of our relatives, many of our people here are let alone those that have to deal with the kids. And back in, if you understand what OJDDP is, it's an Office of Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act, which was established in 1974. And when OJDDP was enacted in 1974, there was a couple things that fell under there. One of them was prior to 1974, we didn't have any rights for juveniles, okay? And I remember right down here on the corner, the old jail, for some of you that might be as old as I and others that are in this building, they threw you in with the adults. So what prevented 1974 came was what they call sight and sound separation, is when they came and said you must have sight and sound separation from the juveniles to the adults. So that kind of started that. So under the OJDDP, there are certain things that are called status offenses. And a status offense is that it's a charge that you normally will not charge an adult with. Okay? So if you're not going to charge the adult, a status offense is an action considered illegal when committed by a minor and not illegal when committed by the adult. Okay? So if you cannot charge the adult for staying late at night, out late night, like night after midnight, then you can't charge a kid for that either. You know, so you have to have what they call alternative placement. They cannot be detained for just a curfew charge because that's a status offense. Okay, so you got to have a safe house, and I can tell you that I've had the honor of doing a lot of ride-alongs in Denver, different places that I have friends that are cops, and they have a setup of a gym. They have a gym set up, so all those kids that get caught for curfew, they take them to that gym and they drop them off, and then they call the parents and say, hey, your child is at 238th Avenue, whatever. You go pick them up. And if you don't pick them up, then you're charged with child neglect. Okay? So I just think that, you know, here in Rosebud, you know, I know PMO is there, it's supposed to be a safe house. Something like that could be used rather than bring the kid to GDC, because not only is that violation of I have our 638 contract right here that the tribe had signed that says we will not detain status offense. We will not institutionalize our kids. We will not become a warehouse. Okay? So it's all in here. So what can happen, and I'm not here to oppose anything that, you know, anybody wants to do, it's just that these are laws that are considered federal law. And, you know, we got to look at Trump is breaking all these laws, and we're going to do that right here within our own tribal people here, is when you start incarcerating young kids, now you're making them become criminals. You know, you're criminalizing them because now that's their whole work. So I'm just bringing that up because, you know, I brought Charlie is my detention supervisor and Mr. Yellowboy is my program specialist. And we do what we got to do to help these kids stay out of GDC. You know, at one time, when Mr. Charlie Clone was the president, he told me that what we had planned, he said, one day you're going to work yourself out of a job. And I said, well, that's good. That's part of what we're there for, is to help these kids stay out of trouble, because the more you come, the longer you're gonna stay. And so it's, in the justice system, it's about helping these kids, about rehab, you know. And today I can tell you that more and more the states, and that's why Star Academy in the hills closed down, because it takes more money to house a kid than it is to do rehabilitation of a child, okay? So with that said, I think that if we're gonna look at curfew violation and trying to start charging these kids to for curfew and bringing them to jail, I think someplace the parents need to be held accountable. You know, I know there's a section there that says 519.1, you know, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, or 521, and then 584 is child neglect. You know, maybe they should be charged with child neglect for not knowing where their kids are after 11 o'clock or whatever the case may be. The other thing to that is, I know that I have brought it up to Judge Sully, bless her soul, before she had passed away, is that these kids that we serve, you know, a lot of times it's really sad when the kids rather be in jail than to be home, you know. So the problem is at home. You know, I know that when I was a kid, and my country Russell Sin over there, maybe we don't have the same teachings, but my grandma used to, right before the sunset, my grandma would say, come back in. The night belongs to the spirit. Come back in. So we were made to go back into the house as soon as that sun went down. But today, you go out to the communities and there's kids that are out there 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning walking around, you know? So it really begins at home. So I think that, so what I had mentioned to Judge was that we have a big facility. If we're gonna punish the kids and keep sending them to jail, then maybe Friday night, send the kid to JDC and send mom and dad to the adult jail, and they could sit together, you know, and see how they like that. Maybe they can get up together on a Sunday. And Judge Sully said, well, how do I do that without violating their rights? And I said, well, you know where I got my ideas? I had a training in Columbus, Ohio, and they did that. And the parents start hanging on to the kids more, saying, I'm not coming to jail for you, you know. So it kind of went down, that curfew went down. But the point is, again, she said, so I said, well, you know, I don't think it's about violating your rights. If they could do it out there in Rosebud, I think it's about losing our jobs. We don't want to go there because council takes action on those that try to enforce things like that. So I really think that it should begin at home. You know, hold the parents accountable. That way there, you know, we don't make criminals out of kids for staying out late at night. You know where your kids are at all the time. So I was just showing Linda here, 2011, Brandon, I don't know if many of you maybe have not heard of Brandon Dugan, but I think Brandon was one of the attorney generals back then. But I know Matko Standing High was attorney general at that time. And they had gave out this email, this memo on if a child was picked up for curfew, they were to be taken to the police department where the parents will come and pick them up there. Okay, that we weren't, that if they weren't a kid, we're not going to be taken to JDC. You know, so the bottom line, that the reason I'm here, I'm not here to defend JDC. I come as a community member, but also as a facility administrator for JDC, is that, you know, we have to do something to the parents and not just continue to punish the kids all the time, you know, and that's my take. And I brought these guys, I said, well, maybe you guys could kind of give your take on what I might discuss. So again, our contract that the tribe signed says we're not going to institutionalize, like I said, the five D's and the OJDDP was that they were going to go to diversion, this decriminalization, deinstitutionalization. These are all federal laws that OGDP is under, you know, and that we have to be running by. So what may happen, and I know that I'm always in the middle because, you know, how many times I've been told that, well, we're a sovereign nation, we can do what we want to do. Yes, but we get federal funding. And I've been told by the federal funding source that if we continue to get status offenses, we may start decreasing your funding. And as it is, we don't have a lot of funding this year, okay? So I guess my question is, should that happen, is the tribe ready to pick up the cost for continuation of operation of JDC, you know?
Thank you for that. We are at time. If we have enough at the end, I can give you some more time.
So I don't know if these guys want to say something, but.
Definitely. I just want to add a little background. I really appreciate those comments. Last year, when this first started, when I first got on council and this first started being a conversation, I asked to have joint conversations with all of the people because of exactly those reasons that you mentioned. We didn't want to make our children criminals. If they were already committing a crime, you'd think that they could already be cited with a crime that they were committing. And what came of those conversations was, well, it really was a need for a safe space. And so I said, if the need is a safe space, then why are we not providing a safe space? Why are we going with this route? And the conversations were not very nice. I mean, they talked about our children very negatively. I mean, the SK word was thrown around in those conversations and I just couldn't have that. And so I asked to have a joint meeting with all of the entities, including JDC, including all of our, you know, I didn't know if there was still a youth shelter or teen shelter or anything like that. And there just wasn't a lot that came from that. So I just wanted to say there was a background with the hopes to get that kind of input and that just hasn't happened yet. And so unfortunately, this was the next step because this is the process that did get moved forward through committee. But I just want to thank you for those comments because the, some people on the committee share those same views about not wanting to criminalize our children farther. And that if the need really is home-based, then that's where we should probably, you know, address things, not adding more, background or criminal background to the child. Okay, I saw a hand over here. Yep.
Is it okay? Yeah,
Could you please state your name, sir?
my name's Daryl Marcus, Kilden site. I have three things to say. One is, I just experienced a tornado the other night, St. Francis 20-plex, and our roof fell off. But the thing that really came from that was that curfew thing, that, what do you call that thing, the tower itself, it didn't come on. If it came on, I wouldn't have to run, get up, and that's the fastest I ever dressed up besides boot camp. Worried about the elders in that 20-plex, but the whole town. So what I'm trying to get at here is, excuse me, but where that tower is, I think it needs to be put on the other side of the school in that open field where the whole town can hear it. Because when that wind came, I think it drowned it. If it came on, it would have drowned out that sound. Because the whole town probably couldn't hear that siren going off. So that's part of the curfew thing. If it was put there, I'm sure the kids would have heard it. The whole town would have heard it. But when you have it way up here, where I'm at, where I live, I'm the only one going to hear it. And then we're going to be the only ones dead. We're going to be the only ones in casualty up there. That's number one. And number two, it probably hurt and kind of sting here a little bit. But I agree with Mr. Banhan with the JDC, but I'm going to encourage him to do something. And I know there's costs of money and funding, but if he has officers there and he has vehicles there, I think maybe he can assign 3, maybe on a weekend, to take those vehicles and go into the communities, in the streets, and let them know that there's officers available to tell you to go home. to the children. Go home, or if they see an adult, tell them adults, hey, your kid's over here. That's part of partnership and cooperating with each other in the vast community we have. That's what that JDC maybe can include as officers going out to the community besides the police officers. I respect the police officers. The other night, one came and was parked there, and I drove up and I said, hey, napeki yuyo. He didn't understand that. I said, bring your hand, I want to shake it. Tell you thank you for what you're doing. And I think nobody encourages the encouragement of officers like that. That way they can go out in the communities and do a even more, a job of that so vast. There's only 2 police officers on that night. That's what I think Mr. Bannon is getting at, is the manpower. So I believe this body here, the council and the travel chairwoman, probably all need to go to Washington and surround that White House, Capitol building, and say, hey, we need money. If you want something done, you got to go up there and do it. I came here and I'm sorry, I have to use the word, I begged for money here to go up to DC. And I got my business done up there. But I encouraged them to come and look at our sovereignty with the people I met on things such as Mr. Badan and things that Constable Russell was talking about, where grief and sadness that we have here. It's permanent now. Long time ago, it wasn't permanent. We didn't have curfew. Now it's permanent in our mind that the provider, the buffalo, the spiritual things, it's gone. I'll be honest, it's gone. So the other thing we have to do is encourage the parents. Encourage the parents, have meetings in community, tell the parents to come. Mr. Badan, everybody, the chairwoman, start having these forums and creating a partnership and having these parents come and, feed them and talk to them. I think if you kind of persuade that, they'll tell their children, hey, look, that's enough, man. Get your butt home. Go to school. And that's the key thing, is school. You got to ask the school, what are they doing? And the third one is, I apologize to the gentleman sitting on my right here. I used to work at housing as a security person. I really enjoyed my job for 7 years until I couldn't take it no more. Because there was a conflict there. I'll be honest, I'm very for it. We couldn't get along, so one day I just said, hey, that's it. I didn't have no vehicle to go into communities and look at their property. And if I seen something, I encouraged the young people, hey, look now, past 10, go home. Or sometimes I carried a case of a bottle of water or pop. I see kids, I go out there and say, hey, look, man, go home. That was on my own heart. I did that on my own to encourage some kids. Look, here's some pop, man, go home now. I couldn't tell that where I worked because no communication. And if I had a vehicle that was professional looking instead of the vehicle I drove, would have made a difference. I would have looked even helping the law enforcement. I had a real good vehicle and did my job. That's 3. And I'm going to end by saying, don't give up, whatever you're doing in this room. Don't give up. Because all of you right here sitting here, if you're talking here and whoever's listening, that's the start. But the other night turned real bad, and us elders in that 20 place died. Yeah, we would have made headlines like we kind of did. I want to tell you something. That curfew, if you're using that curfew to make sounds in the community, tell these kids, get home, why enforce that? Put that south or whatever that is on the other side of town so everybody can hear it. And I'm sure in every community. But with that, thank you. And I got fired up when I had heard this on the radio that this was going to be happening. I sat in here before for 6 years. And when I left in 2005, even up to now, it has vastly changed. The kids back then did go home. At some point in time, 2015 or up, rap music took over and destroyed our kids' minds. This thing we carry destroyed our kids. This is a curfew itself. If the tribe can, our IT people can put something on there for all tribal members that purchase these, and an alarm goes off, and the kid says, what the heck is this? Pulls it out and it says, get home. 10 o'clock. I think that would kind of help. And this is it. Of my COA, my tribal chairperson friend, Frank Stark comes out. Y'all heard, they're really having a tough time over there. I ask you to give them encouragement, give them some prayer, because what happened over there is going to happen right there if we don't pull our hearts and minds together. You got to pray. That guy has a lot more problems than that one. Because threats, all kind of things. That's my friend. With that, you got no power still choose. Thank you.
Yes? Please state your name, yes?
Was it on? Can you hear me?
Yep, it doesn't really make it louder, just so people online.
Okay. Mijangsapi Sherry Lafferty and Machapi na yuha chante washte na pe chusapi na hashunka bloko el watiksto. My name's Sherry Lafferty and I come from live in Hedog community, and I also work at Tribal Education as a truancy family advocate. So my concern, or the reason why I'm here, is I wanted to know what the amendments are, and just checking it's just the time and moving it from a Class C to a B. I'm just curious, do you guys have numbers from the PD of how many kids they've already picked up on curfew? Do you have any of those stats?
I'm sure we can get them, but I don't have them in front of me. Usually those go to Judiciary Committee.
And, I'm just concerned because if there are kids, we know there is. And, if a police officer is driving around and, happens to pick them up and enforce this ordinance, taking them to the jail and having the parent or guardian come and pick them up, that's fine. And I agree with Pat, what he said, they don't need to be in JDC or, it's not a status offense. But the other thing is, there are kids that are, probably can be saved by a police officer picking them up and taking them to the homeless shelter that's across from, it's the PMO shelter, the youth shelter there. But I just really think that something like this, the law enforcement should be here. So we could hear some of their concerns or what they're doing. Because we did a lot of work with the Truancy Law and Order Code. We did a lot of amendments, couple changes and such. And we do have a lot of kids who are, come from a challenging background. And, those are some of the kids that we end up working with. But also, at times, the system is failing them. The system's failing them and their parents and our communities. So we do a lot of work, but at the same time, our programs that work for our people, are not always at the same table. So, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Next, yep, go ahead.
I just had a question. Is this meeting going to involve bootlegging?
That's this afternoon at 1 o'clock. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And the bootlegging issue, just this is whatever is we're finding that that's going to have to be a little bit expanded beyond just the section that we're looking at right now. But because the process is already in motion, we will be looking at that this afternoon. Is there anybody else that would like to provide a comment or have a question? Are we getting any online? Nothing? I just wanted to reiterate, that was the intention last year, and unfortunately that didn't happen, was to get a lot of our resources at the table so we could identify what resources we have, where the gaps are, and fill them, because in our opinion at that time, children, if it really is an issue of a home life, it really is an issue of maybe they need not only shelter, they might need counseling, or they might need rehab, or they might need some other type of resources, just clean clothes, things like that. There was a lot of different reasons for that. So along those same lines, that was the intent, was to get our entities together to have a conversation so that when somebody was picked up for curfew, or if this did happen, there was maybe an assessment done so that it wasn't automatic jail or wasn't automatic JDC and then getting tied into that system, that they would be assessed and then they would know, oh, it's a shelter issue. No, it's a IHS. There would be so many different types of things that we could, then I guess your comment where you said the system is failing, I think that was, we were acknowledging that. So if we could get the pieces to kind of be in alignment and at least talking to each other, I think that's still a goal of ours. So just hearing the comments, I think that could be a meaningful conversation. So I don't know how we can get a conversation started, because, making a motion at a committee wasn't very effective that way. So I don't know how we can get the right people at the table to have the conversations, because when you talk to people like this, or even in isolation, sometimes they have a lot of information. Our people have a lot of experience, especially the ones that are staffed in these departments. And so being able to hear from them, I think, is really meaningful. But how do we do it in a way that they don't feel like it's mandatory, or, you know what I mean? Like, I think that was maybe the approach. So if that's something that we can do better, please let us know how we can do that. Are there any other concerns or comments or anything that you would like for the record or to be considered when moving this forward, or if it goes forward? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to throw a comment out there. When all this is taking place, we also have to understand that there's a lot of elders out there taking care of grandkids out of control, running around. They can't control them. They have no transportation to control them. So I think somewhere down the line, we should probably, take account that, that's probably a situation with the kids going on out there. And a lot of the times I hear a lot of conversations through elders when they message me, like right now, that's the case. Is that's why I brought up bootlegging. Was grandkid leaves 9 years old, 10 years old, they're introduced to that bootlegging stuff. So they're asking, well, I was just asked to bring that out, that they love Pat's idea, but sometimes the grandparents won't be able to pick them up from that place because they have no transportation or whatever. So I think down the line there, we need to also consider our elderlies, what the struggles they're actually having at home.
Thank you. Any input?
Court.
Of course.
Kaya po kaya iwasan ko watan pe choose up lo. Le ko kai dong ka ta iwak ko le la ni wo shi I quite it. eaka komuni hani Sioux by nagna kion tipe ha dila i down tip ha. Alamo ko yanki o yanki nagna eu ngana kapina most loki chakne. O chana dila i okay on pasu ta het. Troske o yanki kelena kikelu vi kapina troske on komia chuti ina okay on. I just wondered, I could go on and on, but just to, I know you're talking about curfew, but one of the things historically, you know, in our society, when we were living in bands, you know, we didn't have these problems because there were Sioux by units that moved within this band. Everybody knew each other and took care of each other. There was no such thing as curfew or alcohol abuse, drug abuse, none of that. Today, you know, they put us in, I guess, sort of basing it off the band system, the people that were in movement. They put us in these communities. And now we're moving our people, getting away from that purified system and moving them into different communities. Or maybe there's a lot of intermarriage too within these communities. And, you know, people don't know each other. There was a time when I was growing up, Pat can probably attest to that. We don't even, some of us didn't even have doorknobs on our doors, not just a handle. You can close your door. In winter time, you know, it's comfortable. Summertime, usually leave your door open. And because they were in a purified system, people can basically walk into your home, and if they want to rest, they rest, you know. Black Kite was really a close-knit structure because it was a big Jewish life. We lived like that for many years. Now, we're moving into these communities and there's so much activity going on within these communities. You have to lock your door. And I bet you anything, every one of us sitting in here probably we have to lock our doors. Why is that? Because we are getting away from the Jewish white system. Chihuahua system, family unit. And it's a big crisis. Today, you know, they talk about JBC. I was on tribal council when the late President Charlie Sloan said, we were the ones that did that here in the tribal council, that we didn't want the JBC. And we told them, you're going to be working yourself out of the ground because we don't want our children in jail. But in this time and age, where again, somebody talked about bootlegging and drugs coming in on the reservation, people getting hooked on meth, and family units are scattered. And it's getting to a point, you know, a long time ago, our people, the grandmas would take care of the firstborn. They bring them into the home to raise that firstborn, to take care of the siblings that come after. That was their purpose. Today's time, it's totally different from that concept. Today, we go and dump all our kids on the ground. And in grandma, we expect grandma to raise all of our kids. And, you know, that concept is here among us. It's happening today. Today we have, and I'm glad actually Pat mentioned the 638 contract. We did sign a lot of contracts with the United States government. And it's a contract between them and us. But we never get the opportunity to sit down and really hash out what we want from the government of course, will take their money. But we have to establish ourselves too. We have to establish positions that we need to take before we sign those documents. And there's nothing stopping us from doing that. You as legislators can do that. You can bring in federal government and review all the 638 that you have out there. If you're not comfortable with it, change it. That's the responsibility of leadership here. But we're running into problems even today, with law enforcement. You know, we don't have the work that we should have covering all boundaries of our reservation right now. Right now, they're responding on emergency basis constantly. I hear that here because they pass through here when police out going someplace, they go through here with sirens on, ambulances. It's almost like emergency basis all the time. You hear that, those of you that work here. So in order for us to really change the system, and we will be hurting for dollars too. Things can change. And we do have homes, you know, I remember years ago, we established PMO, we established those buildings out there. Simply because we heard there were 19 students living in St. Francis that were kind of moving from relative to relative, but they were trying to get education. We want that to happen. We just recognized some high school students that came here today. And these students back then wanted to get an education, so we provided a safe place for them. But tribal politics and tribal government changed all that around. You know, use word not today. And when you're talking about bringing all these entities together to see how we can improve on what we have and what we have out there, you know, that's going to be your charge to do that. Find out. You know, we have a MESS program right now. I don't even know how it's operating, but there was a time when it was a year or more cycle that goes on, because MESS is a lot harder to get away from than alcohol. You have alcohol treatment for 30 days and you can get a certificate, and if you can stay sober, you know what I mean, that's your card, individual card. Things like that we need to know. I used to sit here and I used to hear all these good things that some of these programs bring in. We're doing this, we're doing that, we're doing, you know. So you assume that we have the proper work out here to take care of everything. Well, I'm on the flip side of it. Now I'm seeing a different story. Problems are still out there. Homelessness, you know, in Lakota, we never had homeless. Somebody took care of somebody. Now it's everywhere. It's in our community. And it's a vicious cycle. You know, we always talk about traditional form of government. I don't think we can ever achieve that. That's my own personal opinion on how I see things. You're going to hear, yeah, we're a sovereign nation. Yeah, we're traditional. Yeah, we need to go back and do this. Well, we're really serious about it. We can probably make it happen. Maybe not in my lifetime, but we need to turn that around. You know, there are people upset with me because of my stance on different things. But again, I know what you're trying to do here. Have a hearing on curfew and the bootlegging. I don't know what the other topic was.
Time's up.
What is it?
Time's up.
How come you didn't time the other one? Is it because
Thank you.
Morning. My name's Thomas Yellowboy. I'm the program specialist out to the JDC. Along the lines of the curfew, and if someone is picked up for a curfew violation, kind of piggybacking off what you said about, I think there should be some sort of assessment or interview done at that time to see why they're out also at that time of night. I have personally visited with youth in our facility who purposely broke a house arrest and walked uptown at 2, 3 in the morning just so they can get thrown in JDC because they were hungry. That's all they wanted to do. They just wanted something to eat, so they were happy to go to JDC. So by doing that, they also broke that court order of, they had to stay within their residence, but they knew that. So they knew they were going to get picked up. So if there was some sort of assessment or interview that could be done at that time, like, why are you out at 3? So, before at least placing them in JDC, that would be ideal. How it would work, I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to put more work on law enforcement to do other things, but having someone just purposely break the law so they could eat, that, that's just kind of, that's tough. And it's tough as staff to hear a youth say that, was just hungry. So that's just all I want to say.
Hello, would you like to have a comment?
Well, I was doing my highway safety grant application, which is due tomorrow, so that's why I wasn't able to attend from the beginning. But if you can just give me a briefing on what has been discussed so far, and I can give you my comments on the curfew violations.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for coming. So today was a scheduled public hearing to get comment on proposed changes. So on the table over there, there is a sheet with proposed changes. The main changes, there's a few grammatical things. There's an addition to the spiritual reason that you could be out late. But the main violation change would be from a class C to a class B. And so some of the conversation this morning was one around our 638 contract not even being able to allow to detain for those types of things. Some of it is why would we want to continue to criminalize our youth when a lot of them are under kind of the example that was just given where they'd rather be at JDC to get food or, a safe place. And so in those instances, we were trying to gather what resources do we have or what needs do we still need as far as an assessment or as far as a safe place to go or as far as keeping, the parents' involvement and responsibility part of that process as well. So those are kind of the key points, I think, from this morning.
Yeah, I agree. I think the parents play a huge role in this. And I see on here, when I'm looking at this document here, it says, they'll be taken to the police department and held there until the parents pick them up. But a big problem I can see with that is parents don't have transportation to be able to come through and pick their children up. And a lot of times they don't even know that they're out. And so to charge someone with child neglect for that reasoning, I think you would have some arguments being made on the parents' behalf as to, we don't have transportation. I didn't allow my child to be out, but they just left anyway. Another huge thing, hurdle that I can see is like with the JDC sitting here, they could probably tell us a little bit better about it, but we can't even arrest on underage consumption, right? I mean, that's what you guys consider a status offense still?
It's changed now, it's purchase possession now.
Okay.
It's not underage anymore, so.
Okay, so that is an arrestable offense now?
1032, yeah.
Okay, so that will help us out. I think changing the curfew violation to a class B, is important. I absolutely support that. The reasoning for that is not so we can try to arrest, as many kids as possible, but like others were saying, I mean, it's a safe place for them. I mean, a lot of the homes aren't what we consider a safe housing, and I think we need to look at that as well, as far as like maybe potential child neglect or other things like that going on. But overall, curfew it's a good law to have. It's not only for public safety, obviously for violations that could occur, vandalisms and things like that, but for the safety of these children that are out there running around unsupervised at night. I mean, it's dangerous out there. So to have them taken off the streets, so per se, and taken to JDC, I think is a lot safer option for them than being out there with, a lot of the crimes that are occurring in the late hours or early hours of the morning. So I would absolutely be in support of changing that to a Class B and making it arrestable for us. Of course, it would increase our call volume and caseload, but I think that's something that we could take on just to provide that extra aspect of safety for the youth.
Thank you. We have some more time. Is there anybody else? Are you getting anything, Liana?
Email, you need to say their name.
Is it a comment or a question? If it's a comment, we could probably just put it for the record, or we can.
Well, it's a suggestion. The thought of surveillance system on the roads and the no service areas.
Thank you. And we'll get those printed and submitted.
Yeah. Yep, and then there are 2 questions. So the first question is they want to know what is actually going on with the youth shelter west of St. Francis. And if it's supposed to have been a safe place for the children to go, is it a safe place for the children to go?
So unfortunately, I don't have answers to those, but I can get some answers from them. To my knowledge, I don't think it's staffed or being used right now in that shelter out west, but again, I don't know for sure, so I would have to follow up and get information on that one. Sorry. Of course, you get a whole new 10 minutes. Yeah. Start the timer. Yeah, you'll borrow his. No, you didn't.
I'm sure you set your timer over there. But I think one of the things maybe for the counselor is maybe you have the president invite all these programs that are involved in our youth program come here, and then maybe your committee can sit down with them and find out all the resources, and maybe they can answer questions that may come up. And then have a public forum for the general public. So I would suggest that.
Thank you. That was definitely the plan.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that middle step didn't happen, and then nothing else was happening, so I think this got pushed forward.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the president can write a memo to all these programs involved and have them here. Maybe we should have a full room.
I'd appreciate that if you could maybe start that conversation, and then I can follow up with her.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Yeah, well, we have a
Thank you.
writer sitting right here next to us. She'll issue you the memo.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for that.
I have another comment.
Yes.
That's exactly what I was gonna say about, Chicheshi, what you just said about, having all the programs who do work with the youth, because a lot of us, need to really understand each other's process And not only that, we recognize that we're all have a lack of staff, so, we do, I recognize a lot of the programs, we do the best that we can. And we are doing some work that, most cases, we do need law enforcement, for some of our really hard cases. And, we run into the fact that, some of them are hungry. We even pull out of our own pocket and buy them food, so at times it's, there's so many different needs. But I'll tell you what, not all of them want to leave their home and go to a safe place, so unless we do have to get law enforcement involved at times. But, there's so many different reasons. We just need to put our heads together and work together towards it, and so I've been in this particular field for 14 years, and we all know that the situations are just the same, but getting worse. The numbers are so much higher. But having our programs come together, who actually do the work, not our directors. It's got to be some of us who are actually on the ground doing the work, who see these things and need to understand as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay. Name is Archie again. I just wanted to announce that I'm not here on any capacity. I took a day off to attend this meeting. The community part of it, of having more forums in the community would be really nice. So I know there's people out there that want to help out their communities and try to get involved. But if you're walking around as a normal person, a lot of times they won't listen to you. So it'd be nice to have some type of I don't know if we can, commission people or have security or trainings or something for the communities to get involved. That way we're not putting so much on the police department. They're out there needed in other areas whereas, a certain group of community members can probably stop a group of kids from walking around. And then another thing too is I always say it is more public education out there, more outreach programs. That'll be really nice too, to try to introduce what we're trying to do and try to prevent, because a lot of people, they don't understand. This is probably leads to kids going missing, those incidents out there where right now, where we have these going on here on Rosebud. So it'd be really nice to have more community involvement, maybe hold a forum at the community buildings. That way we can survey it and go from there. But yeah, thank you.
He didn't know why. Are you here to make a comment?
No.
Join us in silence.
Emily, I really hate to put you on the spot, but there's some elders out there who are asking if you can kind of reintroduce what we're doing here, what the plan actually is. Like,
this?
yeah, what we're doing with the curfew.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, thank you. We do have some dead air time here, so I can definitely fill it in. So I think it's been ongoing for several years, this conversation. I didn't get on into the conversation until it was already going last year. Like I said, got brought up because of these issues, about not being able to take them, to jail because of the class that it was. So through some of those conversations at committee, it was suggested, I should say, from law enforcement to change the class. However, there was conversations about kind of the concerns that we're here today about, are there other options? Is JDC, arresting and going, is that our only option? I understand that some kids will find that safer because of the situation, but from a leadership position, it's hard to only offer jail as a safe space. And so initially, there was motions made at committee to bring all of the entities together to have a conversation to find out what resources we do have, what changes in policy or would need to happen in order to get like the assessment done, so that if law enforcement is involved, if they are out, breaking curfew or whatever it was, that there was a process in place that would say that an assessment that say, is it breaking a law, cut and dry straight to JDC? Is there something more going on? Are they just hungry? Are they wanting to get away from an unsafe home? All those other types of things. And so that could come into play about placement in a safe home or a teen shelter or some of these other things that we have. If they needed more resources like counseling or rehab, we would be able to, again, identify that in an assessment and link them up to appropriate resources, whether it be through the school, through IHS, through one of our health admin programs. We have a lot of resources, but what we're finding is we don't often communicate to each other. And so that was the goal last year. However, that meeting happened and not everybody came to the table. It wasn't very effective. The new administration changed with the new election last year. We got a few new people on committee. The conversation came back up like, hey, what happened to this? It kind of fizzled out. Nothing really happened. And so they're like, well, let's revive it. And so the option was, well, let's move this forward again to kind of get people talking, get some feedback from the public to see, is this the way we want to go, rather than, trying to push it forward or not because we're not sure what people want. So that was the intent of today's hearing, was to get public information to see, is this something that the public and, all of our entities want us to move forward and put effort in moving forward. With some of the feedback we're hearing, it sounds like we probably need to have a few more conversations before we can actually get to the correct solution. So this may end up being part of a solution. We don't know if it should be the first part of it or later or part of a bigger solution. So I think those conversations still have to happen. So basically what this would do if we changed it there's some grammatical errors that got changed as far as, he or his, or, that kind of pronoun thing. So there was some grammatical changes, but the actual change to the law is just that the curfew violation would move from a class C crime to a class B crime. But after hearing from the JDC this morning, it doesn't sound like that is feasible as is, because of our 638 contract and some of the other things that are part of an act. I don't know, we'll have to go into that statement again, but it sounds like there's more to the picture than just changing this curfew. So even if this moves forward, I think we'll still have to address some of those other things. And based off of Russell's suggestion, I think we will be having hopefully some conversations and discussions with appropriate people soon. There's a deadline of May 15th, however, for this comment period. So if anybody listening right now would like to provide comment, you can bring it in, you can email it. It's on the screen there, or it's rst.comment@rst-nsn.gov, or they can mail it into PO Box 430 here in Rosebud. And again, that deadline for comment on this particular changes would be May 15th.
I have another comment.
Thank you.
Yep. So I know the concern too is like the officer there, he said, for some, I know grandparents or guardians who have the guardian of some of the kids that might get picked up don't have a car or, you know, whatever, and it's not fair to charge them with child neglect, which I agree, but they also have that discretion. You know, they should have that discretion where, okay, we're not gonna charge this on you because we know of the certain situations. I think you probably do it already anyway.
Right.
Yeah, because I know there's certain things that we do as well. And so it just depends on the situation. So it's not like, oh, we picked you up, now we're gonna charge you because you didn't come get your child. You know, so there's that, you know, I'm sure that you guys enforce already.
Right. And if there's multiple violations, that would definitely change our decision making.
Yeah. So, I mean, not just, you know, for some who are thinking, oh, they're gonna get picked up and be charged. You know, just depending on the situations.
Thank you. But
Yeah, that's a good conversation right there too, but it'd be nice to have them in stages, you know, your first curfew violation, this is what happens, your second one and your third one ultimately might end up, you know, the parents and kids in jail. That might be a good idea to look into.
what you do, Tina? Time's up, she said.
We're gonna extend.
Was that you? You slamming stuff around? Our son scared us all.
I know the wind.
There's no more online pages. Okay.
It's the wind, interception, yeah.
Can you remind me the process after it's got the public hearing, what the next steps are? Just so the public knows what the process
You
is.
just need to, take it back to your committee after you have she'll do your records. Take it back to committee.
For another discussion, right?
Yeah.
Including all of them.
Yeah. See what they decide and.
Okay, just for scheduling purposes, there was a suggestion from Russell to get people together, kind of solution-based discussion. So I don't know if we can time that so we can still have that while all that other stuff, this process is going forward.
Okay.
Because we still have that deadline too, right? So there's still at least a.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then, just depends on what the comments come in and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
And then by the 15th, and then you can.
Raj just sent me a chat as a suggestion to ask that they stated their name and community for record.
For record?
They did say their name, so.
Yep, we have their names, yeah.
There was a suggestion that came in for the record, if anybody would like to also tell your community that you're here representing or anything like that, we can also include that in the record if you'd like to include that. But yes, you had a hand up.
I guess I was just kind of thinking about this, but I'm Archie, I'm from the Palm Lake community. I guess more of a question probably Frank, but let's say you picked a kid up on curfew and they're on drugs or they're drunk, intoxicated, or something else is going on. How does that process? Is there an idea for that? Or Frank, is there a process that happens now for that, or?
Yeah, if they're under the influence of alcohol or drugs, I mean, that's obviously an additional charge, and curfew would just be added on top of that. There'll be medical clearance requested, more than likely by the JDC. We'll take them to the IHS. They'll be examined by a doctor. and a form will be filled out saying that they're healthy to go into custody at JDC.
Thank you.
Anybody's interested in the bootlegging, we will take a lunch break from noon to 1, and then we'll come back at 1 for those ones. Just in case you want to take a lunch. If not, if anybody's listening, I'll be here until noon for a further comment.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming.
Yep, thank you.
Just convenient. Got a question. The question is, will there still be community checks? Community checks.
What do you mean by community check?
It just says, will there still be community checks after curfew?
I'm not sure. Law enforcement left, so that's probably something that we'd have to discuss at committee. Okay. But just tell them that we can forward that on for discussions. We'll include it in the comments. Thank you. Yes, you can vote that way, yeah. Jeez. Siren Blair.
Am I allowed to respond to these? Or do I just take them back?
With a comment like those suggestions, is that okay if she responds and just said, we'll follow up at committee or, you know, that?
Can I just let them know, like, receive, you received, yeah, we'll forward on to.
Yeah. Yep. Probably can't answer them officially because we have to discuss it at committee, but
Right.
just let them know we received it and
Okay.
we'll forward that on. Or include it as an official comment.
Step St. Francis. Is there a shelter out there?
It
Or
was
is that?
a teen shelter.
Oh, okay.
I don't ever remember hearing that it's been active since I've been on council, so I'm not sure what happened to it. But it, yeah,
Besides, it's separate.
we already have a building, you know, that's the first step.
Right, right.
Because you would think if we could get it to work there, you might have like pilots in each community where you have a safe house, you know what I mean? But you probably have to work with people that are used to working with you so you're safe, you know what I mean? And-
Right. Yep.
I don't know how to say it. but- Yes, yeah.
Get a copy of the contract. Recording this.
So do you know what, or, you know, what community? What is the big community?
Never heard those.
Frederick says, endorse and approve. Amendment.
Sorry, I didn't hear that one.
Wayne Frederick says that he endorses and approves of the curfew amendment.
Southern Knowledgeable.
Official statement, or official, on record, yeah.
Oh, maybe there's one up there. You want to check?
What's to hear a joke? No, I'm just kidding. Just can't even be quiet over here. Jeez.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen the contract? Which one? 698 contract. Which one?
Sure, you can get a copy.
Oh,
Thank you. That'd be good.
yeah. Two questions and have a statement came in. They want to know why the homeless shelter can't be used to house the kids that go into the home. I charged them with curfew as a crime, community policing, and how to address people who want to do community policing without retaliation.
That kind of goes along with some of Archie's comments too about getting the community trained and involved and helping.
Right.
Maybe like neighborhood watches or, can build up things
Yeah.
like that. So just thank them for their comments and tell them that we'll, for them as a official, comment, yeah. And then we'll just have to check. I think the homeless shelter couldn't be used because if it's a youth, you have to have, responsibility of them, right? So you'd have to be staffed, and that's why I think the teen shelter might have had that, but I don't know. So we'll definitely have to do some more research and why that didn't work or how we can support it to get it going again or whatever. Well, it's just about noon. I just want to thank everyone for joining either in person or over the air. Remember, there's still time to provide comments if you need to until May 15th. You can bring them in person, you can email them, or you can put them in the mail. We are going to take a lunch break here until 1 o'clock, but you can join us back at 1. We'll be doing the same thing, just on some potential changes to the bootlegging. Yep. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you in an hour. This morning, we had a good session regarding the curfew updates. This afternoon, we're going to dive into some bootlegging updates. Are we back on air yet?
Okay.
Good? Okay, so thank you again. Mitake, my name is Emily Boyd-Valandra. I'm our representative from Parmalee Community for Council, and I'm also our chair for the Governmental Affairs Committee who's hosting the hearings today. I hope you signed in this morning or this afternoon. There's a sign-in over there. There's also 2 copies. One is kind of the existing language, and one has some of the proposed edits that are proposed to be changed. So that's the 2 copies that are there at the table. Just some information about today, the process. This is a public comment period, a public hearing. So if you are here to make comment, we ask that you speak close to one of the microphones. They're not here to amplify your voice. They're just here to record your voice so people can hear online. The comment period is open today from 1 to 3, but you also have until the deadline of May 15th to provide any written testimony, and you can bring that here in person. You can email it to rst.comments@rst-nsn.gov. You can also mail those to P.O. Box 430 here in Rosebud, again, but those have to be received by that deadline of May 15th. If you are going to be giving comment today, again, we ask that you speak into the microphone. You start by stating your name. If you'd also like to tell us what community you're from, that would be helpful for our documentation as well. We do have an officer here that's available to answer any of our questions. Although the intent today is to get feedback and hear comments, we can also answer questions if we know the answer, if those come in. So that can also happen. I think just as some background information, the goal of this update here is to kind of strengthen the penalty aspect of bootlegging. So on one part, we're going to be changing the fine and then also be changing the jail sentence length. So those are the 2 main proposed changes for this bootlegging section right now. However, after reviewing in a little bit more detail, we found that there is a little bit more information that should be updated. When you look at it, some of the language is kind of outdated a little bit. It talks about things like low point beer and things like that. So it's also not including some of the things like maybe hand sanitizer or rubbing alcohol or something like that. So this is going to be an ongoing conversation, and we're definitely going to have to do more discussions and more additions and more changes. But for the purpose of today, we will be reviewing the proposed changes here that are increasing the fines and increasing the length of jail sentence for bootlegging. If there are no initial questions, I will open it up and start taking comments. Just raise your hand and we'll give you the floor. Yes, sir?
Before we get started, Emily, is the public, can they see the picture of what we're looking at?
So I can ask IT. We hadn't done it before, but we were talking about it after the fact that we should have had it on the screen. I think they had it posted on the website, or there was a link somewhere so people could read it. If you need the actual language, I can probably ask IT. I don't know if Anu's back there, if there's a way that they can share the proposed language. In the meantime, if you'd like to send an email to that rst.comments@rst-nsn.gov, and then we can respond with this.
The proposed amendments and the current amendment, or the current code, is on the Tribal Secretary's website.
Thank you for that. Yes, good morning. Could you please state your name and you can give comment? Thank you.
I'm Lori Bordeaux. I
I'm the current chairperson for the RST Liquor Commission. This is my second term as being on the Liquor Commission, so I'm like in my fourth year, I believe. I know that there have been recommendations from the prior Liquor Commission. I have two other commissioners here, Anthony Bordeaux and Travis Lee. So we have made recommendations to increase, and I don't know if you recall, Emily, I came before the Governmental Affairs, I think it was last January, and I didn't bring the ordinance, the current ordinance. I brought just what we had as far as minutes and our changes, but so I guess what we, if I remember right, I think our recommendations were somewhat higher than what's recommended on the first page, or the bootlegging 10-1-33. But I think I was just made aware of this meeting like yesterday. So, and then Tanya is our secretary, Tanya Marshall is our secretary for the Liquor Commission. So, kind of unprepared today as far as, you know, submitting any kind of documents. So, with our commissioners, you know, I feel that there has been issues with, you know, I oversee Sioux Nation Employment and Training Program. We have gotten complaints on different GA clients who have bootleg, and this was brought up prior, but as a GA client, you have to report all household income. And it's a multifaceted problem because you have GA clients that are residing in SWA houses, which requires to report any additional income in the household, as well as SNAP, as well as LEAP. So it is an issue. It isn't any different than what our taxation program put out there, that they need to have a business license. So we require some of our local businesses to pay the fee, the licensing fee. And there's also taxes that need to be paid to the tribe. So it's taken us a while to get to a point where, you know, we need to probably, you know, take this bootlegging issue more seriously. Because it's not only, you know, unreported income, it's becoming a social issue within the communities. I think Anthony was saying they have 14 bootleggers in St. Francis. I don't know, but and I don't know how many, you know, we get different reports on other communities. I'm kind of surprised that Antelope is our biggest community, so I'm wondering if there's more bootleggers in Antelope than St. Francis. So, so that's, you know, why we're looking forward to hopefully work with, you know, governmental affairs to, you know, help defray the, you know, to get a hold of this issue. I mean, it's not doing a lot of our community members any good. You know, we just recently had a couple more GA clients pass away from alcohol-related long-term, you know, alcoholism. And the GA program is similar to the TANF program. It's supposed to be a temporary means to support a family or individuals to help them get on their feet. It's not meant to be a lifetime taking care of people. And I feel that we are doing, things to help, try to help benefit them. I think more needs to be done. I think, not just our committee or my program, but, a tribe as a whole to get a grip on some of these issues. It's, the alcoholism, it's not just alcohol. There's issues that we have. I'm concerned about, not just the meth, but, fentanyl coming in. So it's a pretty, it could get to that point. As a grandmother, I'm kind of worried for my grandkids. What are they coming into? What do we have? I think that to up the time, jail time and the fines would help curb some of that. Because right now it's at $50 and they could easily come up with that money just like that. They don't sit very long. I mean, I'm guessing they price it maybe an hour or two, if that. Because I think that's our lowest probably fine that we have with the tribe. It's one of our biggest issues. And so I don't know if Anthony or Travis have anything, but no, I'm in support of what you have here in place. I know ours are higher. I think it's something that the council will eventually decide as far as the amount and the time that in jail or how much the fine is. So, thank you.
If I could ask, I'll also follow up with the secretary's office, but if you have any of those minutes or any of those recommendations from the commission, I'd love to be able to enter those as official comment, if we could have those before May 15th. Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, public and everyone here listening. My name is Anthony Bordeaux. I'm a liquor commissioner. From what I've seen within the past couple of years, bootleggers increased tenfold when the tribe went ahead and cut off high percent alcohol, which is the camels and the juices. And once the tribe cut those out of off sale, we do regulate like 3 off sales right now. We regulate the Spot, we regulate Prairie Hills off sale, and we regulate Plaza 83 off sale. And from what I've seen, since we cut off 5% or higher alcohol sales, bootleggers went up tenfold. Not just my community of St. Francis, but Rosebud. Probably I don't know anything about as far as bootleggers go down here, probably Carmelia as well. But I just wanted to put that on record. So we kind of shot ourselves in the foot there. We didn't think ahead when it came to cutting off 5% or higher. I think a lot of this, our problems stem from bootlegging, of course. We got the Justice Park down here. You guys are aware of that? Yes. A lot of our relatives passed away from alcohol-related incidents, probably drug-related as well. And I really do support, I support this amendment, or these changes, because I don't agree with bootleggers selling to the youth. That was one of my biggest hit the chante. I see it a lot. I see a lot of that. So I do definitely support this as a commissioner and then as a RST tribal member. And, that's all I have to say for the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Travis Lee Incloud. I am also on the alcohol commission, liquor commission. Many of the things that have been said between the two of these, I fall right in line with. I know that we do have an abundance of bootlegging. You know, we also have to look at the other side of it, the regulation of our licensed establishments as well. That's why I'm here. Been here for a little over a year. A lot of this work has already been set in place by our chairman of the commission. I've seen these amendments or these proposals that Lori has, the work that has been done previously. I just don't have none of that with me at the moment. But, you know, anything is good at this point to establish and progress this. The ordinance does need work and it is outdated, so it's a work in progress. I'm also here to observe and to listen to anything else as well as a part of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to provide comment?
Hello, my name is Archie. I'm from the Plumley community. And I just came in as a community member to express my comments or whatever I can with this issue now with bootlegging. But you know, there's a lot of stuff that can be said and not enough that can be done. A lot of the issues that we have, that I always see and always hear about with bootlegging is the surrounding, you know, stores, you know, other places where they sell a large amount of vodka. And that's our biggest, you know, when I hear bootlegging, that's what I hear, vodka and malt liquors or any other sources are selling. But when I hear vodka, you know, there's a street talk out there that they're mixing it with isopropyl. And what that does is, I guess it gets them a little drunker. But the real reason why I actually wanted to attend this today was just to put it out there that, you know, it seems like the public are doing what they have to do to make a dollar. Okay, and this ain't nothing new, bootlegging. But now that they're mixing it more with other chemicals or whatever they're using to make it stronger, now the youth are getting a hold of it. And our youth are now drinking it, which I feel like can go back into the curfew issues, because a lot of these younger kids are drinking this stuff and they're doing what they see. So there's not really too much that I want to throw out there that I wish we can do. But the real problem comes from the outside, you know, like off the res stores and that are selling large amounts of vodka. Now, I don't know how the police department, I don't know how they have been monitoring it, or if it's, I know they do, but I mean, how do you stop it? You know, so every community, not just one, every community has those issues of this bootlegging that has been affecting their communities in large ways with the crime and, you know, neglect and abuse. You know, so what I want to hear today is, what I kind of wanted to hear was, I kind of wanted to see more bodies in here, of course, but this ordinance here, whatever, it's actually really good, you know, to strengthen, you know, the law and more, giving them more of a penalty with the dollar amount. But I don't know, like, what the police department does, like, if they get calls on bootlegging. You know, that's one good area I would really like to know. Like, if somebody gets a phone call saying, hey, my grandson just came from that house and they bought, you know, whatever. You know, what happens at that point? That's really something I want to know. But, you know, I heard a comment earlier, and I know it's a difficult one. And a lot of people are scared of that backlash. They're scared of, you know, that public, you know, attacks and stuff. But, you know, the people that I associate or try to talk to at times, you know, my biggest thing is like, when's enough? You know, when is enough? When are we actually going to sit there and start putting our kids first instead of trying to save a community bootlegger? Again, my bootlegging is vodka, because that's what I see that causes more of the health issues. You know, a lot of us been to the ER where we see a lot of our people in there, you know, going through it with, their DTs or being over intoxicated. So when I hear bootleg, that's what I hear is vodka. And I know there's other stronger liquors and alcohol being sold out there, but today I can't even walk around with a water bottle, without a joke being said. And up until last year, to be in all honesty, I don't know if it hit harder last year, but I think that's when it kind of hit me the hardest. When I seen really young 3-year-old, three kids at a young age, under the age of 12, just drunk off vodka. It was all reported, but nothing was ever done. But that's when the sense came in to me that they were using water bottles, which is probably to discourage people. But I even hear my kid talking about it at schools, where they're coming in with water bottles that have vodka on it. And it's really concerning. But that's kind of like why I'm here. I just want to throw it out there just to, just for table talk or whatever. But addressing this issue, I know it's really affecting law enforcement, but I kind of just wanted to throw it out there. Thank you.
I can actually answer quite a bit of that to help combat that. We put it on our Facebook page.
Real quickly, sorry, just for the record, could you start with your name, please? Thank you.
I apologize. My name is Rich Comley. I'm the supervisory special agent for the police department. I oversee criminal investigations division and the drug task force division. About a few months ago, we implemented a tip line that we had that a lot of people were assuming was for a drug problem, but it's actually for bootlegging as well, or just as a tip line to any kind of illegal activity. If you give me a second here, I'll put that phone number up so that we can have it on record so that anybody listening can have that number. With this phone number, you don't just have to call it. If you wanted to just send it a text message, if you want to send a picture, a video, this phone accepts it. I can even give you my work cell phone number. That way, if you feel that you didn't get contacted back in time, you can contact me. My number is listed on the public directory within the tribe, and I have no problem giving it out either. But that tip line phone number is going to be 605-830-2969. You can say who you are, you can stay completely anonymous. Whichever you are more comfortable with, anything that's going to help us get information on our task at hand so that we can help solve some of these issues, please do so. I know we've had a few people who don't have don't have working phones. But if you have any kind of device that has an email address to it, you can text that phone number from your email and it still comes in just the same. Pictures, videos, text messages, any little bit helps. This tip line actually has helped significantly. Shortly after we implemented it, within a few weeks, it actually led to a search warrant in the Mission community for drugs and bootlegging. So it does work, and I encourage everybody to use it. My work cell phone number is 605-830-1302. They can contact that. I also encourage anybody to come talk to me in person if they want to. This department would like me to meet up with them. It can be confidential. Anything that this gives information we can help out with, or that we can gather to help out, that's what we're here for. One thing I do like the new proposed law that you had discussed with me, but it's not just, the bulk beer, the liquor sales, everything, hand sanitizer, as well as some of the other stuff that's being sold that's easily to pick up, the Listerine, anything that would cause a blood alcohol content is what we focus on when we work on bootlegging investigations.
Could I ask you, earlier, I think Archie mentioned a question about what happens when a report comes in or something along those lines. Would you be able to speak to that?
So when a report comes in, sometimes it comes in through dispatch and it's given to a patrol officer. The patrol officer will look into it and they'll investigate to the best of their ability. The reason why I wanted to put out there the tip line right away The tip line information in my work cell phone number, that's a direct line straight to me and to criminal investigation as well as the drug division and everything else. Reason why I encourage when it comes to bootlegging, is a lot of times bootlegging does fall into drug investigations or vice versa. We've done drug investigations that led into bootlegging arrests and vice versa. Sometimes they coincide. But that's why I wanted to put that out there right away. That is a direct line to the people that are tasked to handle these issues. But otherwise, if they call the general public, sometimes they'll call over the PD. When they call over the PD, we'll let them catch them on, we'll have a patrol officer come into the area and everything, do what they can do. Yeah, that's kind of how it starts, but that's the direct line. And you have another Archie, right? So don't hesitate to call. Throw it down.
Thank you. Anybody else? Round two? Hey. Anything coming on the emails yet? Not yet.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please do.
For Officer, when you, first, you belong to a drug task force?
Yeah, I oversee the tribal drug task force.
Okay, and there is one within our department?
Yes.
The task force?
Yes, yes, there is. And then, as well as the criminal investigation division, we don't just, I'm not making just the drug officer who's working, and the canine officers handle everything themselves. I do assign drug investigation within the criminal investigation division. The special agents have gone through specialized training where they are trained to handle this kind of stuff, where they're trained to do the proper investigation. So when I say the task force, I include, as far as I'm concerned, it incorporates all of us within that division, within criminal investigations.
Okay, so let's take a scenario. Let's say one of your officers or just somebody gets a call on somebody that's bootlegging. So when you send a police officer, what do they do?
So when the police officer arrives and when they get the initial call, and this is kind of the varies when, like, if it's a situation where they're saying that particular house is, there's a lot of traffic there. Sometimes they will go make contact at the door, sometimes they'll observe what's coming through, or we'll try to make contact with somebody who had left there. You know, try to build the case up and everything so that it can lead to us actually making contact at the door, whether it's by what we call a knock and talk, where we just knock on the door and say, hey, we got told you're bootlegging, and try to get, try to find out from that way. Or it might lead into an affidavit where a search warrant's done, where we have a court order saying we can search that house for whether it's drugs, alcohol, and it doesn't just include that, it could potentially include any kind of currencies that were seized, payments or anything. So, when we get the information about, hey, we're getting a lot of traffic, there's people going in and out of there, that's where you think you might not see us, but we're doing surveillance. We are off in a distance, we have the tools to be able to do that, whether, it's not like the old days you're hiding in a bush or anything, but we do have drones within our department. We have, spotting scopes and everything. So that's how it starts, but usually when it comes through dispatch, patrol officer goes straight, gets the call, and they try to do what they can to try to figure out if what was being said is true. And they're really good about notifying us about so that's bootlegging and drugs that coincide, so we do it.
Go ahead, Archie.
The question I had was, I just thought about it, but when I was younger, kind of growing up around here in Rosebud, we used to have officers. I know it's probably a talk, you've been doing it, but we had the department stop by and just give you a sticker or have a talk or something. I know the conversation's gone from the community, but do you guys have a budget within your department to purchase like stickers for the kids or the youth or something?
Just got a bunch in.
What's that?
We actually just got a bunch of stickers in, so they have to get out there And then, Thursday, they just had the, youth summit within the schools and everything, and I do believe there's some other, kind of youth-related activities and everything, where reach out to the youth and all that. And also, I encourage anybody who just wants somebody to come talk to their community and everything, reach out to them. We've got no problem, whether with a community meeting or even outside a community meeting. They want us to talk to the youth, this contact us. That's so.
Thank you. I appreciate, Archie, that question, and I appreciate the response, because I think if the more that we could do to get a positive presence or, a positive, I guess, feeling about our law enforcement, I think that would really help with the reporting. I think it would make us feel a lot safer if we had that. A lot of us grew up in a different time where we were more scared of law enforcement sometimes. And so I think even just helping fill some of the job openings and some of our vacancies that we really need, if we can help this public, how our public see the law enforcement, I think that could really help recruitment and things like that also into the job. So thank you for that question.
I encourage all community members for the community meetings to let me know when they are. I'm scheduled a little bit more flexible, so I'm able to attend those meetings if we're requested, if we want us there. And then I can even bring some of the guys with so that you can just get to know who's working behind the scenes on these cases.
Thank you for that.
Just let me know what I can do.
Did you get your question? Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things that we used to do in the past as tribal council representatives and leaders is we used to bring in a police officer here. And we counsel them on the role of an IPT in our society, what our expectations are. We basically counsel them and we honor them because there's not too many people that want to go into that field. And so maybe at some point in the future, during this administration, that can happen. I think it really boosts morale. There was a time when we had to actually go to the police department and talk to officers because of all the things that they're facing on a daily basis. And we used to do that within the PD, but I don't see it happening. Maybe it is happening, but
I remember being here for a couple of hours that the council did for the PD, and it did. It was a huge morale booster for the guys. It really was. Just not only that, but it gave the public an opportunity to see the officers not in officer mode, but just as human beings. Just give an opportunity for everybody to come together.
And I have no comment on bootlegging because I imagine out there's probably many of my relatives doing that. I don't cause any friction. I'll let Shorty handle that.
That's okay. Has there been any talks on well, there probably is, but how are you considered to be a bootlegger? Like if I walk like he walks in my house and I just have 2 bottles of vodka or whatever, am I considered a bootlegger? Or if you get the call, you know what I mean, without the contacts of anybody leaving? Like what level is considered a bootlegger?
Well, when you have 2 bottles of vodka, are you keeping it for yourself or are you having that vodka to make a profit?
Well, my response if I was you, I'd say I'm here to party, but.
So how we classify the bootleggers is anybody who's taken alcoholic beverage or any intoxicating beverage that would cause a blood alcohol content and is selling it outside of a liquor license, outside of any kind of permits that are allowing it, and for a profit. Like they don't have the proper documentation through like your program to say, yes, I can sell alcohol. If you're selling hand sanitizer for people to drink, hand sanitizer is not intended for human consumption. That's for sanitary purposes. So that's how we classify bootleg.
Does that need to be classified in any of these?
So that's kind of a conversation that I was asking earlier, because when we first, like I said, this has been an ongoing conversation before I even got on council, so I kind of got jumped in the middle here, but it was kind of just an effort to get something moved forward so that the law enforcement can have a little bit more teeth as far as the penalty in the jail, knowing that this is a much bigger conversation. Our laws are so outdated. When you look in there, it's just literally talking about liquor and low point beer. But we know there's so much more that is going to be beyond that. So we definitely need to evolve our language in here. It needs to be expanded to be more inclusive of what reality and what today is involving, you know, rubbing alcohol, you know, things like this. So that, in my opinion, is going to happen. It's just going to be a little bit more of a longer conversation, because aside from just this bootlegging, we have a whole, again, I don't know if it's a chapter or section or what it is, but we were told by our lawyer that it's also very outdated. And if we're going to take the time to update this, we might as well update that whole thing as a whole. So again, this might just be the first phase, right? And expanding, because when you look in there might be some other things that we might need to address, but I think the goal of why we were pushing this forward for this is to get the teeth kind of in there right now. So as things are still happening and charges are still coming, at least there's a little bit more penalty, I guess, for that fine and that jail time, knowing that there needs to be a bigger, longer conversation to kind of evolve that whole section there. Yes, ma'am.
Another issue that was brought to our attention is like during the summer, during like baseball leagues, you have people that are selling raffles for like a cooler full of alcohol. And so I feel that we need to address that as well. It's like a one-time thing that's happening, but you know, I've heard that people could make, you know, $300 to $400, maybe more, off of just selling raffle tickets for, you know, those kind of events. And nothing's ever been, you know, regulated for those kind of activities as well. So that needs to be addressed.
Thank you for that, yes.
It's even like when the casino has a one-day event, they have to pay a fee. And so it wouldn't be any different for those people that are doing fundraisers, and that's what they usually call them, is fundraisers, but most of the time it's usually not.
Yeah.
It's just to make extra money.
Thank you for that. I would have thought to include that there, but important. I can't think if there's anything on the books that would enforce that right now, so it definitely needs to be.
Was Anthony about to?
Oh, it's him? Hey.
I guess if they pay for a one-day liquor license, we have that option as well. You know, if anybody, you know, one of our tribal members, there's an option they could come in and apply for a one-day liquor license, but I'm not sure the cost of that, maybe 20 or 80.
Yeah, it's $300 for a one-day license.
Okay, yeah, so just the public's aware, there's an option to pay $300 for the day for a temporary liquor license. And that's, since the summer's coming up, all the summer activities, that's an option. Put that out there.
Thank you, and to contact the commission there and apply through.
Yeah. Contact their chairperson.
They still need a business license as well.
Temporary.
Yeah, it'd be that temporary business license as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So I don't know, do you guys, I know this is a side question just from me, but is there a way that we could maybe do, I don't know, like a PSA or some kind of public education thing? Because I wasn't even aware of that, so I think maybe some others might not be aware of that, and especially if we want people to follow the rules, we might need to remind them that there are rules. So I don't know if there's a way that we can draft a PSA saying, you know, with the warmer months, we just want to remind you, or I don't know if that's something that we can do with the existing regulations, knowing that we still need to amend and make it stronger.
Agreed.
Okay, thanks.
You know, I want to make a comment as well. I know that we're talking about law enforcement, what they can do and what, you know, has been done, their tools and abilities, things like that, but we also need to address it, you know, on the court side of it. They used to have a DUI court here. There were other things that we're able to do within our court, our legal system to have something specific, you know, those are other things that need to be looked at as well that would be supporting and enhancing the efforts made by law enforcement. I know that they're the first ones we call when we're in trouble, but we need to strategize long-term solutions that are sustainable and also look at the health of, everyone who is there. Everyone at one time or another has made a difficult or poor decision. So that's just my comment.
Thank you for that.
One more comment before
Of course.
The other thing is, when it comes to court, there's always this separation of power issue, that comes up. Are you working in conjunction with the Judiciary Committee because they have direct access to reports from the court?
Yeah, so I don't want to talk too much about the history because I'm not 100% sure, but it was my understanding that this came from kind of joint conversations between judiciary, and once that elevated to the point of needing to come to governmental affairs to actually get it moved forward. But I'm under the assumption that those conversations started at judiciary, but I think we probably need to continue those conversations, especially when we're looking for, like how he said, a long-term sustainable solution. I think that's going to come from bringing in all of the people who have a say in this, right? Rather than just crisis management, I guess, of whatever we can do. So I think kind of like earlier establishing that meeting, I think we might need to do that similarly with this one as well.
Which hearing is this? Bootlegging. Bootlegging? Yeah.
Did you want to leave comment?
Is that what you guys are doing?
Yeah, we have a public hearing for comments right now on proposed changes for bootlegging. Right now, the proposed changes are going to change or increase the fines. Right now, the fine's situated between $300 and $500. The proposed change is between $1,000 and no more than $3,000. Right now, the existing jail sentence is 3 to 6 months, and they're proposing an increase of 6 months to a year. So those are the comments that we're kind of discussing today.
So if a bootlegger gets caught, goes to jail, that's kind of like what we're looking at now. There's not going to be like a first time, a second time, a third time, or just straight?
I think that's what, when the officer and I were discussing this morning, those longer term solutions, in our opinion, kind of would include, first offense, second offense, and then what happens after that. In some of the other tribes, they're looking for kind of hybriding their jail with a rehab facility. And then that way you have an option other than just banishment for some of those things. And so again, that kind of needs to be a conversation as well about if we mandated and changed our laws, we'd probably fill up our 20-bed rehab, pretty quick. So being able to not only change the laws, but then have the resources to support rehabilitation, because even if we arrested everyone, we're not going to arrest this problem away. Unfortunately, it kind of needs to be a group effort. And so it was kind of our opinion that this is just one prong of the approach, is we do need stronger enforcement. We do need stronger sentencing, but a longer conversation, more sustainable, is, well, how do we utilize our resources to either address the underlying conditions? This goes into a lot more than just bootlegging or drug addiction. I mean, it goes into our housing. It goes into a lot of other aspects, I guess. Yes, sir.
It's always one thing to be mindful of whenever you're talking about amendments and, doing things like this that are going to become law, is that those other entities need to be equally involved. Because when you're looking at law enforcement, that's one branch. When you're looking at judicial, the courts, then you also have corrections. And all three of them need to be working with the same tools to be able to complete their tasks when it comes to things like this. So, that's, in hindsight, that's all that I recommend. I want to comment is that we all need to move forward at once with it. You can make the arrests, you can make the laws, but they're not able to pull down more, you know what I mean?
Exactly, and thank you for that comment. I think everyone has good intentions, right? And so some of us come with an experience here and some of us come with this knowledge over here. And so I agree. I think the more that we can get everybody in the same room to look at all of the different aspects and how they're connected, I think we'll have, like you said, a more sustainable solution rather than just trying to kind of piecemeal it together as we go. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I also agree with that we should, because right here, we're dealing with the bootlegging, but also, you know,
Real quick, I'm just gonna, can you say your name real fast?
Oh, sure.
It's the first time talking. I don't know, can we get you a mic over there?
What can you look at?
Oh, sorry, Brenda, thank you. It's being recorded and that way we can transcribe it later. Thank you.
Brenda Akron, I look community. I also agree with the comments made by both of you guys that other people need to be involved, not only law enforcement, but also alcohol treatment, because there's a lot of aspects why people are bootlegging, why they're buying it from them. The one main concern, and I speak from personal experience because I kind of put myself in it could have turned out bad. Well, I heard that one of my young relatives was going over there, they're underage. So I had a picture of her and I went to the bootlegger and I kind of threatened them that if they ever sold to her again, I was going to report them. And their comment, oh, go ahead, we'll just pay the fine and we'll be back here selling tomorrow. Which is true. You know, they just don't care. And plus, you know, I would like to see, you got some hefty fines here, 1,000, no more than 3. Is any of that money going back to the treatment of our people? Especially the young people. Do we have, you know, juvenile treatment? Because we only have adult. I don't know if they have juvenile treatment up here or not, but we're usually, these services that we get for our people, we usually send them off the reservation. And I really don't like that because, you know, you're sending our young people to where they're not gonna have that support every day from family members or people who care about them. So yes, we're addressing one part of it, but there's a big picture to this whole thing. You know, and I really think that we need to get all the players that involved and get together and, you know, come to a solution, because right here, you know, we're gonna stop them with the fine, jail time, and they'll just pass that baton on to their significant other or somebody else. I mean, unfortunately, people choose to consciously sell, you know, bootleg, and most times it's that rotten vodka and they have to bring their own bottles, which is unsanitary. You know, they bring these bottles that used to have water in them and they take them and they fill them up. You know, and they can make hundreds of dollars off of one big jug. That's what I'm told. Then the other part of it is, you know, people, there's no jobs here, so people find, for whatever reason, find ways to make money. This is one way. So there's a lot of aspects to what we're doing here, but one thing I really would ask that, and I don't know where it could be put into the law and order code, but really something to do with treatment. Treatment. Why is our young people going to the bootleggers? You know, there's a lot of young people that are, you see these young people now, I got a niece. She's in her 20s and she already has cirrhosis from this vodka. And she said she started drinking vodka when she was at 13. Where'd you get it? The bootleggers. I mean, I don't know the answer to that, but we really need to find that for our people, especially our young people. Because they're gonna find it no matter who has it. And slapping these fines on these guys, I agree with that. There needs to be some consequences to your actions if you're doing something illegal. But also on the other side of it, where is this fine money going? Do you know that? Where the fine money is going?
I do not know that, no. I can.
Does anybody know where the fine money is going? When they're fining them now?
I like to see that money, what you said, going back into rehabbing, either through treatment or through a fund source where they can get more public education out there. That'd be really nice to have a pot of money for that.
So maybe, I don't know if that can be put in here where this money goes?
We can definitely take those comments and bring them in, because I think with other instances, when I used to work for Deficient Parks and we would be doing our portion of the law and order code, we would include things like that just to kind of bring it up to date. So I think it's appropriate. We could, I mean, if there's going to be a new fine or a fine scale or fee or whatever, I think we can address that in there as far as where that goes, or at least find out where the existing, I'm assuming it's going back to the courts or law enforcement on one level, but it could be going in the general. I have no idea. So those are good questions. We'll follow up on that with you and then take those comments moving forward. That's a good idea to identify where the future fines like that would go. Thank you. Yep.
You know, Brenda brought up something there, and there's also the other part of it is the regulation. Whenever the taxes are paid by the existing establishments that are licensed, you know, there's a revenue stream there as well that could be utilized for treatment. A number of years ago, for 2014 or so, there was a conversation that was held at a planning meeting about putting a detoxification center or those capacities within this jail when this jail was being built. And the biggest thing that came forward was, you know, the cost, the personnel, all of these issues that were established by the alcohol program at that time. Now it's a trend. It's trending everywhere. Rosebud would have been ahead 2014 had we put the work in or, you know, done this at the time. And that's part of the reason that I sit on this committee is that I've been on that side and I understand those obstacles and, you know, I've seen what it does to the alcohol. But at the same time, we also have to understand that there's free will. There's a whole other side of regulatory to it that can benefit, you know, all of those unfortunate scenarios. And there's also people who are able to function in a responsible way. So, you know, you kind of got to look at everything and, you know, having a good plan, a solid plan is definitely what I'm going to say again.
Thank you.
So I have a question for Officer Tinley regarding your tip line. So when you get a tip in, they can remain anonymous?
Yes, yeah, they can.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that, because, you know, when we have, you know, my case managers go out in the field, they hear everything. Who's doing what, you know, and they don't want to put anything in writing. A lot of times, sometimes they do, but they don't want to be labeled a snitch, or they don't, you know, they don't want to put it in writing because people being retaliating against them. So, you know, I'm hoping that that this doesn't become an issue of, oh, Lori's bootlegging because I sanctioned some people, you know. Because I've been, you know, recently, you know, because of we're not getting all of our funding as well. We're having to decide, okay, who's coming off the program and who's going to stay on. My thing is, you know, based on what we've been, you know, have narratives in the case files, we're looking at the people that we get reports on. And okay, you need to go do an alcohol assessment, because when I first took over the general assistance program, I asked for that support from council and everybody that was there. At that meeting, they voted in favor of the drug and alcohol testing. But just, you know, because some of our communities are remote, I felt that it was better to leave the alcohol assessments to the alcohol program and not trying to do drug testing or alcohol testing when my case managers are out in the field for safety reasons. You know, I feel that, you know, some of our communities, they don't have cell service. Or, you know, the response time, you know, is too long. You know, somebody can get, you know, hurt. And, you know, by the time somebody gets out there, you know, it's already too late. And I've had that happen to a couple of my case managers just for things that we take action on. And so, you know, when we have taken action, I've been accused of selling that, of being a bootlegger, of, you know, those things because of my job. So yeah, I'm kind of concerned that, you know, this don't turn into like, the tattletale line just to get somebody in trouble? So how are you monitoring?
When we get a tip or there's an accusation somebody's selling drugs or somebody's bootlegging, just because we got a tip, we're not gonna go turn the world inside.
Yeah.
We do a full investigation. We put together all the facts to show us that what the tip line, the tip that we got is true. It is accurate. They are selling illegal drugs. They are bootlegging them. We've gotten tips where, like what we described, where we did the investigations, that okay, there's nothing going on here that we can look somebody square in the face like I am with you right now and say, yes, they are selling drugs. We've had those situations where it's not true. Just because an accusation comes in, it's no different than when somebody calls in on somebody over at the dispatch. That's just not true.
Yeah.
No, we are law enforcement. Our job is to find the facts. We are the facts finders. And when we get the tip, we look into it. You know, but if something is there that is happening, we will enforce it. If it's not, we're not going to go beat down somebody's door just because we got a message on the tip line.
Yeah.
But we're gonna put together the proof to show whether it's true or false.
That's good to know.
So it's done right. I promise you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Archie, and then.
Okay. Archie again, Farm League Community. I'd really like to have us, or the committee look into, Pine Ridge. You know, they have a zero tolerance down there for alcohol. You know, it'd be good to look at their, objectives and, you know, how they've been doing with, bootlegging. You know, I know they have a big issue down there from what I hear on social media, but it'd be nice to look into them and get some stats down there from how they approach it. That funding source, that'll be really nice to have the alcohol commission, you know, kick back a little pot to start, you know, if there's an approach where this money starts coming in, if we could start throwing that money into that pot, and that pot would just be specifically for rehabbing our people, maybe through the treatment or building something for the kids. You know, the summer months are coming up. It's kind of hard to have these conversations because if you really think about it, you know, these kids don't have nothing to do around here most of the time. You know, it's really hard to sit here and have these conversations, but at least if we show something like when this does begin that we are creating, you know, some type of source to help out in the community. I don't think that we should wait till Rosebud Fair to have or the other day, or the other one we had the Easter egg stuff. You know, we should try to plan ahead for that. You know, I know the money's the issue, but hey, I've seen the police department do it a few times. They just serve hot dogs, and man, there's a lot of happy faces. You know, the kids come and enjoy that. But you know, I think the Rosebud Sioux tribe has inflatable houses they've done in the past, and maybe we can do a little bit more of that, but try to get it to the outskirts of the communities also. Because I feel like the outskirt communities are really suffering from bootlegging. You know, I'm not going to beat around a tree. It's there. Everybody knows. But it'd be really nice to do some more outreach to these outside communities to show some support when we have big events like this too. But what I'm saying is that money could be, you know, thrown into a pot specifically for the youth and rehabbing our people. You know, it all depends on the environments. Not a lot of people out there listening or whatever, they probably don't understand what issues are really going on, but you know they're there. But again, when I hear bootlegging, that's what I hear is vodka. You know, it's really a big concern out there, and a lot of my age, you know, youth they look 90 years old, and it's really tough to watch them go through that. But you know, addiction, you know, it's hard. I'm not a stranger of it either. I'm not sitting on a high horse. I know what it's about. I've been there. But again, it's like Travis said, it's a will. You know, you gotta be willing to, but it'd be really nice to even put some funding into more of these outreach programs too, so they can go out there and, you know, do follow-ups. You know, we have groups out here that are attempting to do follow-ups with the alcohol and the drugs. But what's beyond that? Is somebody actually going out and just checking on families, or, you know, with the tip line, you can have one for maybe, you know, this family over here struggling, or there's more kids outside that are playing all day, you know, and where's the parents? And maybe there could be a program that can go out there and visit them. Some, but I'm saying just like more of that support, you know. It's a hard job, you know, we all do hard jobs, but again, just for those important, you know, it's just, the fact is it's there. And I know, like, my family, I got family who do wrong and do wrong, but I'm not gonna sit there and say that, you know, they're bad people, you know, or I don't want you to be mad at me for saying something, but the fact of the matter is the reason why I'm here is because I want to help. I want to be able to say some things and not have to worry about backlash, because sooner or later, again, you know, our youth is going to be a little bit older. You know, our kids are going to have to go through a lot more than what I seen when I was growing up. I never had to worry about bootlegging. There was not a lot of suicide back then either. But nowadays it's more rampant. Now we got our youth missing, and that's another sad aspect of it. But in some sense, it always comes down to alcohol or drug-related issue. That's why I support the curfew issue, because I want to save the younger kids, and this bootlegging is, I would say it's an epidemic right now. I really hate to say that, but it is. You know, we did a meth epidemic at one time, and maybe we have to do a bootlegging meth epidemic so we can get more of the programs here to start collaborating and getting more efforts out there. But, you know, I like to say some things that, you know, you people out there struggling with addiction, you know, there's help out there. You just gotta want it. And I know it's hard, but, you know, there's people out there that'll come to you and help you, just like the officer said. You need somebody to talk to, just reach out. You're not alone in this fight. Some of us in this room know what it's about. So, another thing that I wanted to touch on is, I guess that's it for now. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. I got you. What's Travis?
And Mike, just for the purposes of this discussion, are you able to answer some of the questions that Archie had when he's talking about the revenue from the liquor commission? I mean, I know that it comes in, but you sit in a position where you know the background of it, so.
I unfortunately do not know where the money comes from specifically to that. I'm assuming it's in the resolution or however it got structured. Like when I worked at Game Fish and Parks, sometimes funding went for into the general, sometimes it went specifically to the courts, sometimes it got split. So like when we were trying to do a new fee scale for the solid waste code that was trying to get updated at that time, it was like split in between the officers that were going to do the enforcement, the ones at solid waste that were going to do the cleanup, and then the courts that were going to be, you know, moving all of this along for the charges and everything. So I know that there's a way that we can develop it if it's not already there. I just don't know what currently is there. I don't know if those fines are going to the PD, if they're going back to a department, or if they're just getting into the general and then they, you know, go into wherever that goes. I'm not sure.
Let me redirect the revenue from the liquor commission.
I actually have no idea where the liquor commission funding goes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Cornell Marshall from the Black Pipe community. I'm also on the liquor commission here. Our revenue comes to us and we have the ability to budget it for our needs first, and then any excess is what we make a budget for, the education, the youth, whatever. It's up to us. We just have to do a budget mod and let them know.
Is that so the taxation, basically, we regulate 4 businesses. I think I mentioned that, the casino, on sale, Plaza 83, the spot, and then Prairie Hills off sale. They pay it annually at 10%, so I want to ask that question too, where the revenue goes into the general or maybe over to Whitney's program, revenue? Yeah.
I'm assuming that's what it goes, but I don't know for sure. I'm so sorry. I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, that's just the, see with the bootlegging, That kind of hurts the tribe too, because they're not paying a tax. And it's just straight cash. So it's kind of hurting the tribe in that way too. We're not getting a piece of the pie, so to speak. And the other thing, is what? Statistics for how many hit and runs were alcohol related. We had many hit and runs this past year. Within this past year, we had one hit and runs. So I just wanted to ask that question, but I'll catch up to anything. Thank you.
Thank you guys. And for those questions, I do have them in my notes as well, and so I can follow up on some of those budget type questions. But I think Tanya answered for the funds that are going to the department, right, or the commission.
The commission, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure about where revenue office, I think there's, just go to the general account.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Lauren.
So another, issue, when he mentioned that, they're dealing with cash, from my understanding, from what, when our case managers go out in the field and stuff, that, some of these, clients, and not just clients of ours, but other people, they're using their SNAP card to purchase bootleg, and they're held hostage until they're paid in full. As far as if they have the card, then they continue to charge SNAP card. And we have that same issue during the pandemic with, I think you guys had heard about the ARPA cards that were being held at drug dealers and bootleggers because they were confiscated. So that's, another issue that comes with not just bootlegging, but, and these people that get the SNAP. I mean, sometimes their children are going without. So,
yeah. Thank you for that. Liana, do we have anything coming in? I think I got a text here. Let me read it here.
I want to come in.
So I did get a text. I don't have a name in there, but I will read it for the record. Good morning. This is sent by a tribal elder. I'm watching the public hearing for today. Oh, I think this one might have been for this morning. Should I just send it to you and we can do it that way? Okay. It had to do with JDC, comments for JDC kids. So I'll just forward that one too.
Okay. And then I did get a comment through the email. For the record, it has to do with banishment for bootlegging.
Okay. If you want to read it again.
If we can ban non-tribal members, why shouldn't we have a problem banning our own tribal members that are contributing to getting our kids hooked on the bootleg liquor, the alcohol. And I'll read that much for the record.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know 100% the answer to that, so I don't even want to comment with giving false information.
We'll read it on.
Okay, and then we can get some background information on that.
I don't know if you can kind of introduce like the past where we try to banish people for the meth epidemic. With meth, they couldn't even do it then. I know it was a struggle then, but.
From what I remember, and again, I don't know 100%, so I'm sorry if I'm misspeaking, but I thought there was something with the bad man clause or the banishment that it was only for non-tribal citizens. And so I think that was one of the holdups to banish our own tribal member. You can't use that, so we would need kind of a different avenue to do so. So there are conversations right now, like I mentioned earlier, to go that route. But when we're finding, when we're reaching out and kind of asking and researching some of these other tribes is, in order for banishment to really work and be as successful as you'd want it to be, they're finding if you have the option. So like one of the tribes up north, what they did is they built this really big intensive rehabilitation center / jail. So it's an incarceration, you're incarcerated, you're in jail, but you're also getting different levels of intensive treatment while you're in there. And then they were able to tell somebody, okay, if you're getting charged with meth or fentanyl or any of these, high drug type things, you have the option of either being banished for 5 years or whatever it is, or you can go to a mandatory jail sentence, like of 2 years or something like that, and get the help or beyond, depending on the charges or anything, but that was kind of like the minimum. So they really found a lot of success in that. They said even from like a housing perspective, for example, a lot of the houses, they had similar, like we do here, where families are getting evicted because one person has, is using drugs or something. And so they said it went from the grandmas and the moms and, family members hiding their relatives because they didn't want them to get taken to jail to, no, please come get my relative because I know they're going to get help now. And so it really switched up even the relationship, how they were working with their law enforcement and how it was working with getting things like this implemented. So I just always use that as an example, because here, talking with everybody, like we could strengthen our bootlegging and all of our laws, but we're never going to arrest the problem away. There's still going to be this underlying issue. And so I really feel like it would be most beneficial if we can attack it or, approach it, I should say, from a variety of different avenues. Yeah, so I could talk all day on that kind of stuff, but I just wanted to mention that that's been kind of a success. And so one of the options that we are kind of throwing around now is, like when we look at our Ocheti Shakoni or even the tribes that are just in South Dakota, we all have similar situations regarding, meth and drugs and things, bootlegging like that. And so even if we were able to identify maybe a place in Pierre or a place in Hesapa, where that could be kind of like the centralized, intensive, hybrid jail type, because when somebody's hooked on meth or hooked on some of these things, as many of you know, it's a long-term rehab. It's not kind of a 3 to 6 month thing. And so if we are able to have that first as the first step or the first phase, and then as they step down after 6 months or a year or whatever that looks like, we might be able to phase them to our local rehab centers that many of our tribes have access to or could have access to funding and creating one. So I think the more that we can have these conversations, not only can we meet the needs here on Rosebud, but we might be able to help, teamwork it so that we're really getting a long-term solution, I think. So. Yes, ma'am.
So you, the council or governmental affairs make decisions as to the time spent in jail and the amount, because this one you said is, has been passed, the 300 or 5?
No, nothing's been passed right now.
Okay.
No, the 300 one is what's existing right now. The other one where it has the 1,000 to 3,000, that's what we're proposing and we're getting comments on right now.
Okay.
But that's going to be kind of a long process
Yeah.
before that gets changed officially.
Okay, so if, you could email us if anything's approved, that way we can change on our end.
Okay.
The ordinance, because that's something we tried to bring forward.
Yep.
But, we didn't, like I said, I didn't have the old ordinance with the new changes in it. It was just our minutes and I think the new ordinance, how we revised it, because there was some, a few things that we did change, but it didn't show the old one and the new one.
And I think I'm anticipating that we'll probably have some more conversations at committee level before it gets elevated back up.
Yeah.
And so I would really want to invite you guys to those whenever we get those set up, because I feel like you're going to be an important, key figure to have at the table when we're looking at, a long-term solution there.
Yeah, because I think our recommendations were a lot more strict.
Yeah, and I don't even remember seeing those. I apologize. So if we can get a copy of those, or just that might even help us, in the meantime.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Whenever that time for that discussion comes, I think that we do need to have, the judicial a part of that. There is an ability that we have within our courts up here to create those modules. I don't know if it would be like a family court or a wellness court or whatever you could call it, but we're missing that component of addressing this. I just want to say that again, because it's a issue that affects all of the branches.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that comment. Does somebody else have a hand? Okay.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to, run it back a little bit there, from the banishment. Bullying it's a big issue here. We know that, but as a commissioner, I think that's a little too harsh. That's just, I want to put that on the record. So, and in order, I think for that to happen, it would take the constitutional amendment, and then that falls under governmental affairs as well. And then another, just a little PSA, we do got a detox center here now. It opened up this past month. And the number up there, if anybody wants to know, it's 747-2211. And it's open 24/7, So we do, Rosebud Sioux Tribe does have a detox center. And
Yeah,
it's
the
open.
social detox, yep.
Yeah.
We're hoping to get a medical one soon so we can so we can alleviate some of that, the ED, but no, it's very, very thankful for that, and thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, go ahead, Archie.
Emily, I know this might be a little bit harsh, but what do we need to do to have, I don't know, you're able to do it, but how do we get a mandatory meeting? Like, can we direct you, like, just with us to have, like, to get a PSA or memo out letting all these programs know that we need to have a meeting, get this settled with, instead of trying to wait and wait and wait and wait. Because the thing about that waiting game is we're gonna lose more people. We're gonna have more kids being addicted to this vodka or this bootlegging stuff that's out there. I mean, what can we do to get you to move to say, hey, we have first meeting, but unfortunately the room's not completely full like it should be. But how do we get to that point instead of wait? Then that meeting of the minds could be like, all right, we're either gonna do it or we're not. Because honestly, I hate to throw that out there too, but with meth, fentanyl, meth has been an epidemic here for years and it's still continuing and it's getting worse. Off subject too, but Rosebud's not ready for a fentanyl crisis now. They're not ready for it. That's the scary part of these type of meetings. I know it's just bootlegging, but that's part of the issue here. So how do we get how can we get to that point? Be like, hey, we're gonna do it this meeting. This is what we're gonna do. Bam, start with it. And of course, it's not always gonna work the way you wanted to work, but then at that time you can start revising things.
So I think there's probably several options, but for me personally, as you know, I'm pretty vocal. And so a lot of times when I try to move things forward, all the rules come out, right? And so I would just answer this question by saying, I think it would be most successful if we could get the support of our president's office, because our president oversees all of our departments. Council does not have that same level of oversight over the actual workers that we have. So I feel we've already went through committees and have documented motions made to have these group meetings. But because we cannot mandate that from a council perspective, that's kind of where it ends. So I think if we can go, maybe if there's a push from the communities through the president's office, requesting this in collaboration with our motions that were already made at committee level, I think that could be successful in moving this faster than what it needs to be. And the only reason why I say that is because when I first started, and this was, over a year ago, we have motions in place, requesting all of these people to come to the meetings, and it just doesn't happen like that. From Health Board, we've been trying to have a collaborative meeting between our Judiciary Committee, our Health Board, and a lot of the entities that have to do with pregnant mothers and meth and mothers, and we just haven't been able to get everybody that we need to the table. So unfortunately, I don't have the answer for you, but I'm so open to suggestions because I'm there with you with the frustration. Like, we have people, we have information, and then we have a crisis, right? And it definitely needs to get moved forward. So I'm sorry, that's all I can say, but that's kind of all I have right.
Thank you for your response. These further meetings, it'd be really nice to have a reach out to the people who actually recovered. People out there who've been through all of this before and are actually doing really good. It'd be nice to have them come in a room and have a discussion with that group. There's a really good group in Rapid City, and I really look towards them and just left my mind, but Eric Bringswhite in Rapid City. Man, he's got a good group, a support group going on. It's called Saving Our Hoods. It'd be really nice to get those group of people down here because they already lived that life. They know through the alcohol and drugs and some of them went to prison. But now they established this group that helps heal their communities. A lot of them are Native, a lot of them are not Native, but they're really inspiring. They're an inspiring group that I think we should get them in these meetings or conversations. It'd be really nice to have that going on. And then like our community chairs, we should have more involvement with them too, because they should know their communities. They should be involved in some aspect to have a more push to get things rolling on these issues. This issue at hand is bootlegging. We should be able to give you a more effective approach to it. If I'm at home and I'm 70 years old or just an elder and I'm living with this addiction of the bootlegging effects with my kids or grandkids addicted to this vodka, I'd be saying in frustration too, like, how much more longer do we have to wait? How much more longer do we need to sit here and watch these meetings when I think we should just have one good, solid meeting, and then whatever the outcome is, good or bad, hoping it's good, but move with it. And just start going with it. If it doesn't work, then all right, let's revise it, let's fix it. I think that's really a good thing, and there's a lot of elders out there we all speak to, but that's the truth. These outlying communities are watching their youth and their grandkids really suffer off this bootleg vodka addiction. When I sit here and speak, I'm only talking about vodka. And of course, the malt liquors that are really strong too, but the outcome is it's affecting the health of them people, them parents. They're neglecting their kids, all these community issues going on. So I think that's really something that I want to push forward to for you, is I think you should just lay it out and just have one final meeting and get it over with and let's go.
I have a comment. I just personally, I know that you were talking about having meetings, and I don't know if that's people that are in recovery or what, but I know that if anybody knows Lisa White Hat, they have a recovery type meeting every Wednesday at the Ichimani building in St. Francis. So anybody listening, if you're looking for help or in recovery and need some help, they have those meetings.
Yeah, she's really doing a good job. Appreciate her.
Thank you for joining us. Would you like to leave a comment today?
Sure.
Okay, so it's just, please sit by a microphone or grab that one behind you. The only rules is start with your name and you get 10 minutes to talk. Our comment period right now is regarding the changes for bootlegging or potential changes to bootlegging.
Okay, I guess I missed the portion where I'm not very educated on the ordinance and.
What's you, Shorty?
Right over there on the table.
Okay.
The highlighted one is grant. The yellow highlighted one is the grant. And this one's proposed.
And that's on tribal lands, probably.
Yeah, that's what
And my comments have to do with the mission, that's acceptable. Tribal members in town too.
They're almost there.
I know.
Am I live?
Yep, you're good to go.
I think everyone.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Young Colomb, also known as Shorty. I reside in the Antelope community. I live about a mile north of Mission. Other than going to school, I've been a lifelong resident of the city of Mission prior to moving out north on my dad's property. But I come here today to listen and to get educated somewhat on the bootlegging issue. Living in Mission, I guess that's kind of my primary comment today will be in the city limits. I've watched over the last few years our alcohol problem just grow to an immense population, especially amongst young people. I've seen a lot of really, really young boys and girls be affected by the availability of alcohol in Mission. And all tribal members, you don't see any other race of people using as we are using. And it hits kind of close to home for me. I have a family member that today sits in, finally, thank God, sitting in treatment and has reached out for some help, finally, after about a 5 or 6, 7 year battle with alcoholism, wakes up to it and has to have it. And it doesn't take but a hop and a skip to get down the road to go get whatever drug you want. And we all, people that live in town, we know who the peddlers are, the bootleggers. I've watched these guys get busted multiple times, only to be released and get right back into business. I've even seen to a point in her circle there that they even had her kind of hooked into working, because she's a 20-something-year-old and she has a circle of friends too, and they all drink. But I guess the frustration for me is just how can these guys get caught red-handed and then be right back into business a day later? So that's my frustration, and I don't understand the codes, and I can educate myself, and I will. And unfortunately for me, I live on the outside of Mission, so I can't really become involved with the city council. That's a pretty tight-knit group of people. Seems like they kind of protect their own too. Everybody knows everybody. So, you know, one of the bootleggers is old timer, been in town forever. Everybody knows him. It's almost like they're sticking up for him. It's just a lot of dysfunction on that block. A lot of beatings, a lot of stabbings, a lot of theft, vandalism. And so I guess I just wanted to voice concern. I know everybody in every community probably has a similar instance. We talk about it, but I think we're getting to the point where the community people want to see some action. I know I did my fair share of drinking as a youth, and fortunately for me, I made it through all that and without hurting myself or anybody else or going to jail or prison, you know. And so when I see that, it's really heartbreaking for me to wonder why these young folks are medicating the way they are, and why is it so readily available for them to, you know, when we were young, we had to go find someone to go buy us a beer. You know, that was hard to get someone to go to the store to get you a beer, let alone these guys are just walking up the alley and getting whatever you can afford. They'll sell you $1 worth in a water bottle. And I stumbled across a few of my loved ones' water bottles in my time, and I can't believe how wretched that stuff smells, and often wondered if it wasn't some of this hand sanitizer that was in there. I even turned a bottle into the PD one time and asked them to test it, because I suspected that it was hand sanitizer, just because of the way my family member was acting. And I never did hear back whether it was or not. But I know alcohol does strange things to different people, and that vodka and that hand sanitizer combination is just making them do things they way above and beyond. So I guess, and I've seen tribal PD at these arrests where they did bust the bootleggers in town. So I know there's joint coordination going on with the tribe. But once again, you know, if they're bonding out, they're not, their penalties aren't stiff enough for them to be detoured from activity. So if there's room to improve, you know, I would suggest stiffer penalties for those guys. They did that with meth. They start giving guys 10, 15-year sentences for little or nothing. I've got friends that done 10, 15 years because they were addicted and they ended up having to sell to use. Sooner or later, and I think in my family member's instance, that guy had her and he knew that. She had a backpack full of half pints and she come to the house and set that bag down and just went clink like a bag of horseshoes. I was like, holy, what you got there, And the story came out and working for so-and-so, and just like no one's business. Of course, I'm beside myself at the whole conversation and I made her take it back. I loaded her up and knocked on that guy's door. I said, here, take your stuff back. She don't need this. It's bad enough you're selling it to him $1 at a time. Now you're pushing them. Do your own business, do your own work. That guy didn't say nothing to me. And I just, that's my concern, is when I get up to go to coffee in the morning and the sun's not even up and there's more people in that alleyway waiting for that guy to get up than there is at the coffee shop, then we got a problem. So however we can work together to encourage a tougher sentence, I personally would like to see them get some real time. Telling them it's a $1,000 fine. Those guys can make that money in a day or two. And they will. As soon as they get out, they're right back to the border towns, getting that booze, get a trunk load of it. They're right back in business and they can make up that fine. But if you're sitting in the can for a mandatory sentence, if you get caught, give them 6 months or something. Let them think about it. Unfortunately, and I hate to say this, and there's a lot of truth to it, everyone we take off the street gives opportunity for someone else to step up. And so I see that even at work, when we go around and help people with their water and sewer in the communities, you can see traffic at houses. And I don't live in those communities, but it's very obvious when you go there once or twice a week who's moving what, So that's my concern. That's my recommendation. Just looking at their fine of conviction, therefore shall be subject to fine not less than 300, not more than 500.
That's the existing.
That's the existing code.
Yeah,
So that's why they're bouncing out and going right back to work.
And I don't want to interrupt you, I just wanted to update. So the other sheet over there, the proposed changes is going to change that to 1,000 to 3,000 and 6 months to a year. And so the date of the purpose of today's comment is to be asking, yes, I'm okay with that, or no, I'm not. And so if you could, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you could say, yes, I'm in favor, or no, I'm not, and then give a reason. Maybe it's not strong enough, maybe it's too strong, I don't know, but that's kind of what we're looking for today, knowing that there's a lot more that needs to be done. There's a lot more updates, we're going to do a lot more changes, but this was just something that we're trying to propose to get the jail sentence and the fine increased not immediately, but as soon as possible, while kind of all this other conversations are going on.
Well, it's not a leap for me, and for the record, I am in support of the new proposed bootlegging code or law change, however you want to reference that. It is a good start, and it's much more than what was existing now that I see. But if that's what it takes, then that's what we have to do. And anybody that's sober has lived through that to today, and now we got kids and grandkids. I sure don't want to see no teenagers walking around town with access to liquor. That's a no-brainer for us. We should all be advocating against that. So yes, I would support the new proposed changes.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your comment. And I'll get to Laura in 1 second. I just wanted to mention before I forget, we have about 15 minutes left if there's anybody that spoke today and they feel like they weren't 100% sure, like on record, yes, I'm in favor, or no, I'm not, if you'd like the chance to make that clear, we'd appreciate that. I'm taking notes. We're going to transcribe this later, but it's also the goal of today just to kind of gauge, are we going in the right direction? No, we need to do it. So if anybody hasn't specifically said, yes, I'm in favor, no, I'm not, I feel like a lot of you have, but just in case. And then go ahead, Lori.
Just for the record, since Tanya was here, I just wanted to clarify what our recommendations were for, and it's been a bit since we made those recommendations, but our recommendation was $5,000 fine and a year jail time, and change it from a misdemeanor to a felony.
And so was that 1 year a minimum?
Yeah.
The 1 year was a
minimum?
minimum? Because I think that came up earlier discussion too, is we kind of put those in there, but we didn't really discuss, well, is this just first time offense? Is it second time? Is it repeat? Those types of things. So those still have to come along. We're just trying to get something in there maybe for discussion wise too. But so that's very helpful. And thank you for putting that on the record of the recommendations from the Liquor Commission, correct?
Yeah. And if we can still get a copy of those.
Yeah, and Tanya, if you do have a copy of those minutes, if we could still get a copy for the record, that'd be really helpful. Just before the 15th, if we could have that for the contact.
You know, in comparison, at the court, a failure to appear is a felony in tribal court. Yeah. You can miss for a traffic ticket. If you contested it, if you missed that, it's a felony. So that's not a stretch to ask for that for bootlegging. You know, there's lives involved, there's people dying from this, and so that's not a lot to ask, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. Did I see another hand? Yep, got it.
Okay, so for what is here, the proposed, I'm not in favor of this. But I support are the recommendations from the Liquor Commission, only because Lori has explained that. And the other thing that I want to make a statement on is that we also need to get the courts involved, because we're just going to create a revolving door where it's already happening. We know what's there. We know that our current code needs work. It's mushika. But, you know, there are people that are working on this as well. And this effort is really exciting to see. The courts need to come in to be able to address, you know, they have the ability to create whatever we need in our society. We have the ability to create that with our, what we call our sovereignty, our courts. So, you know, if we could get that involvement in there, you know, and the alcohol program, because you really need a task force to address something like this. As you're seeing, there are many opinions that come in, a lot of concerns, things that I haven't even heard. It's grateful that this information comes forward, you know, and I have a little bit of experience of seeing how law enforcement works with this stuff, you know, I mean, what they have to address, what they have to face, and we cannot put it all on law enforcement to arrest. That's a portion of it. We also need to address the alcohol program, what their role is, where they are, the courts, and as well as corrections, you know, and there's really a thing here where Mr. Clone here is talking about, you know, that felony, what they call Class A up here. For me, it's a double-edged sword. There are definitely issues that happen on this reservation that need to go north. There are definitely issues that happen on this reservation that have gone north that don't need to, that could stay here. The selection process needs to be eliminated, and it needs to be equal for every offender that is going to be going through this. So I think that when we slow down and we create that approach that's holistic, we're going to have a better result.
Thank you.
So, this is Archie again, formerly, I would like to see more wording on this, on like the rehabbing of our people. Like again, like maybe the treatment center, that process. I'd like to have that introduced into this, is this an amendment or, I'm sorry.
So it was a proposed amendment to the to the, is it the ordinance or law and order? Law and order code. So these ones take specific readings and there's a specific process. And so if we want to change it, that's totally fine. But then we have to start back over the process and have a public reading again. So that's why I was suggesting having this meeting as soon as we can after this public hearing, because any of the input that we're going to potentially change the language, we'd probably want to do that all at once. Or as if we do it again, then we're gonna have to, you know what I mean? You're gonna have to do the public input again every time that there's change to, so the sooner that we can have that collaborative discussion and get it to where people are comfortable moving it forward, that would be, you know, the best option. Hello and welcome. We got about 10 minutes. Would you like to leave a comment? No? Okay.
Did you vote already?
No, we're not voting on anything today. So today is just a public hearing for comment period on potential changes for bootlegging and for curfew. And so we'll be having some follow-up meetings afterwards, and then hopefully soon it'll be back up for discussion, but it's still a bit of a process before it'll go to council for voting.
I think you can just say if you're supporting the new amendment.
So right now we're talking about bootlegging, and what we're proposing to change is to increase the jail sentence and to increase the fine. And so we're asking public comment on if you're in agreement, I guess.
And then I did get a online, they would like to see a section including the transportation of the liquors and alcohols that are above the allowed content into the reservation and Indian country, because it's being bought off the reservation and transported back onto the reservation.
That's a good point. Thank you.
So they would like to see a section for transportation to be a crime.
Thank you for that. We'll make sure and get those entered into public record. Comment record. So the proposed changes that we have in front of you today, we're just changing the fines. Before they were like 300 to 500, and the proposed changes is between 1,000 to 3,000. And then the jail sentence used to be, or existing right now, 3 months to 6 months. And they're proposing to change that from 6 months to a year. And so some people are commenting, yes, it's a good start. No, it's not strong enough. No, we're not in agreement. Yes, we are. Those are kind of the responses that we're getting.
I have a quick question while they're reading their amendments. Is the city of Mission kind of a sanctuary that prevents the tribal laws from applying to those individuals?
So to my understanding, the Rosebud Reservation and outside, like when we talk about the res, it's 5-county area, right? But to the state and to other people, they often just refer to it as Todd County. So because of that and Clive and all that, we do have jurisdiction over the county. And so when we look at some of the conversations we were having earlier with Officer Cumley as far as civil jurisdiction versus criminal jurisdiction, they would rather not even touch that yet because they already have kind of a mechanism to approach the non-tribal members that are committing these types of crimes. And so because that's working right now, they would rather just expand ours, not necessarily to match federal or state, but to make sure that ours isn't so different that it could end up in court, or that somebody could say, hey, you know, look at this jurisdictional issues, or look at the, you know, whatever. And so those are the types of things that we're wanting to make sure that when we're moving this forward or updating any of that language, that we're staying current with the legal, you know what I mean? The law enforcement part of it as well.
Everything doesn't get challenged.
Yes, yep. But when we had that brief conversation this morning, we kind of touched on that if we needed to have any special approach on the non-tribal citizens. And they said, no, they kind of got a work in system right now for that. And so that could come later, but they've just suggested that if we could get this updated, get the language updated, get the fines updated. And it's more than just this section that we have in front of you. There's actually a whole, again, I don't know if it's a section or a chapter that we're going to have to redo some definitions, definitely. Like this is specific to liquor and low point beer. Like we haven't only had those two options for a long time. And so, you know, including things like hand sanitizer, isopropyl alcohol, or just basically having language that's more realistic.
Mouthwash.
Yes, mouthwash is one of them. So when we talked about that, of course, we're going to have to get the legal opinion or the legal people in here to make sure that it's going to uphold that way. But those are already in the works as far as expanding that to include any substance that's going to cause intoxication, basically. How long were you here for fun?
Sorry.
It didn't look like it, I just.
I could provide one if you would like one.
We've got about 6 minutes left. So while we're waiting, I just really want to thank everyone for showing up. I think this is more people than showed up at our last public hearing that we had, so I really appreciate it. I think people definitely have a lot to say, but might not be sure of how to come here, or maybe they heard about it last minute or whatever. So I'm definitely open to suggestions on how we can get that communication better. I'm also open to suggestions on how we can involve the people better. Is it going directly to community meetings and asking for that way? Is it having standalone meetings where we're inviting people to specifically talk about these types of things? Is it inviting the public to our committee meetings? Is it a combination of all those? Like I'm just, I say I'm still new, but I've been on council for over about a year and a half now. So I feel like, kind of like Archie and others have said, there's some frustration there, right? Like you can only talk about it so much and then you want to actually make some action on that. And the thing with having this role here as leadership is we are sometimes moving at a different scale than our people, than our programs, than everything. Sometimes we have more access to knowledge than other people. And so because of that, I really want to make sure that we're bringing our people along with us, that they're educated in why we're even having these discussions, that they know why we're having these discussions, that they understand what a decision is going to mean either way. And so I think that can be expanded beyond just bootlegging or beyond what we're talking about today. But I think that's really important, is establishing how we can get the voices from our people to be heard to help us make better decisions. Yes.
I think the open forums, people need to really take advantage of that opportunity to speak up, because a lot of times we make decisions and then afterwards you have people that complain about your decision. So, this is the time for people to come in and say something.
Any last minute remarks? If not, I just want to thank you guys again for coming. I really appreciate the input. I really appreciate the suggestions. Yeah, if there's anything else that I can help facilitate this or include, or, if you'd like me to go to any of your community meetings or go to any of these other outreach places, I think the more the merrier. So I'm definitely available for that. So just please reach out. I'm anticipating that we're going to be having some follow-up conversations at committee level. So anybody who's here who's expressed interest, I'll make sure to include you. But if not, please be mindful of the secretary's schedule. And anytime you see Governmental Affairs Committee, you're always welcome. Public's always welcome.
Maybe if they have anything additionally that they forgot.
Yes. Yep, very good. So sometimes when you get home and you're thinking about things, you're like, oh my gosh, I forgot. I just want to remind you that we are taking public comment until May 15th. You can email, you can mail, you can drop it off in person, you can text one of us. Make sure you include your name and maybe the community that you're from, and then we can include that into the public comment period, as long as we receive it by that deadline. Even if you already gave a comment today, you can do another one.
Where would the comments go?
So you can drop them off in the secretary's office, you can mail them to box 430, attention secretary's office, or you can email them to rst.comments@rst-nsn.gov. And Liana's moderating that email, and so we'll get all those, anybody who met deadline.
You guys have a Facebook page or something that you could blast that out for other community people?
It's on the RST communications page. Or if you need it, just shoot me an email or call my office. I can get it too.
And I think the secretary's page also has the amendments and the links to this stuff that we're talking about. Well, thank you guys so much for coming again. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Archie's that right now? The cops
Get us special meeting signage.
I guess I.
It's okay. Everything's okay.
So I stayed here to now.
It's a good one.
Yeah, they're like doing a needle exchange or something, but Shirley had me here because of governmental affairs. I don't know.
Hello, everyone. I'm Janelle Blackfeather. I'm with Health Administration. We're here for this public hearing on the needle exchange program. You're welcome to come in and provide feedback. Anybody that comes in will stick to the 10 minutes for each speaker. We put out all the information ahead of time as far as the program goes. And in the meantime, we're just going to do education for this first portion of it. And then after that, we'll go over any public comment. I do believe they have an email address set up for you to send in your comments. Public has 30 days after this to put their comments in. So we'll start with the first presentation. This will all tie in together. It'll make sense as we go on. So we're dealing with some pretty big issues here. I'm the HIV HCV project coordinator at Health Administration, and I'm going to be going over hepatitis C with you, and then we'll go into syphilis, and then we will go into the needle exchange program. So this is what I normally do. I go out into the public. I teach about hepatitis C. You may have seen us. We go out into the communities and do our community clinics. So we'll start off here. So hepatitis C. We'll go over what is hepatitis C, how it's spread, how you can prevent it, who should get tested for hepatitis C, and is there treatment? So I'll make these quick so they don't take up too much time. So quick overview. Hepatitis C injures the liver. It's caused by a virus spread through blood. That's the one that we don't have a vaccine for. So 2.4 to 3.5 million cases in the US, highest rate of new cases in the American Indian, Alaska Native population. Infections are highest among two age groups. That's 20 to 39 and 55 to 70. So the liver has many important functions. These include processing nutrients, filtering the blood, blood clotting, fighting infection, and that's just to name a few. When the liver is inflamed, swollen, injured, this is called hepatitis. Heavy alcohol use, toxins, some medications, and certain medical conditions can cause hepatitis. Getting tested is the only way to know if you have hepatitis C. It often has no symptoms until serious liver damage has occurred, and if left untreated, hepatitis C can lead to serious liver problems, including cirrhosis and liver cancer. So how does Hep C spread? Hep C is spread by contact with infected blood. This can happen through shared equipment to prepare and use drugs. So everything from the needles, the syringes, cookers, cotton, water, or straws, anything that comes into contact with blood. If you've ever gotten tattoos or body piercings in unlicensed or informal settings like prisons or jails, or even out in the community, I know there's a lot of community members that do the tattoos out there. One thing to keep in mind is you never know if they're actually getting new needles out for you or if they're using the same needles on you that they've been using on anybody else. Sharing of personal items that come into contact with blood. So toothbrushes, razors, nail clippers, or glucose monitors. During the birth of a child to a pregnant person with hepatitis C, and sexual contact, but that's less common. So hepatitis C can be prevented. So although there's no vaccine to prevent hepatitis C, there are ways to reduce the chance of getting it. So avoid sharing or reusing needles, syringes, or any other equipment used to prepare, inject, or snort drugs, steroids, hormones, or other substances. Always use new injection equipment. Do not use personal items that have come into contact with someone else's blood, even if the item looks clean. Do not get tattoos or body piercings in unlicensed or informal settings. Have safer sex. Wear disposable gloves if you give someone first aid or if you're cleaning up blood with other bodily fluids. Important ways to protect your liver if you have hepatitis C. Everyone with hepatitis C should talk to their healthcare provider about getting treatment. There are other important ways to protect your liver if you have hepatitis C. Avoid alcohol. Be sure to be vaccinated against hepatitis A and hepatitis B. If you're not sure if you're vaccinated, you can always go to IHS and go to medical records and ask for that. Otherwise, you can go to the South Dakota State website and request that online. Get tested for HIV. Always check with your doctor before taking medications and supplements. Good diet, exercise, and sleep, and see your healthcare provider for regular checkups. So this is what your liver is supposed to look like, and this is what your liver looks like when you have cirrhosis and hepatitis C. It becomes inflamed, and this is what we are trying to prevent. We've seen a large amount of people with our clinics getting infected. This is becoming a really big deal here on the reservation, and that's why this is really important to talk about. So treatment. The medicines are different now than older regimens and have few side effects. Treatment can be completed in as little as 8 to 12 weeks with medication once a day. So for 3 months or 12 weeks, after you finish taking your hepatitis C treatment, your healthcare provider will repeat a blood test. And that's basically when you go back to the lab at IHS, they'll draw your blood, they send it in for a panel, and that's where they'll determine if you still have the virus in your blood. So if the test does not detect hepatitis C virus in your blood, you are cured. But with that being said, it's possible to get hepatitis C again, even if you were cured. So it doesn't make you immune. So get tested. Getting tested is the only way to know if you have hepatitis C. Everyone should get tested at least once. One of the big issues we have here on the reservation is there's a lot of people that throw syringes all over the place. I've heard a lot of stories of kids finding them. And so I've done education with solid waste on this. And so they know that this is what I'm teaching to the public, and this is our way of protecting the public because it's becoming such a big thing to have hepatitis. So it protects not only the solid waste workers, but the kids, the public. Anybody can step on a needle at any time because they are all over the place. So syringe disposal. To dispose of used syringes and needles safely, put used syringes and needles in a plastic bottle, such as a laundry detergent or bleach bottle. The bottle should be unbreakable and puncture resistant. Close the screw on top tightly and label your sealed container contain sharps. That way, when solid waste is coming along, if they see that, they know what's in there. They know what to expect. It keeps them safe, keeps their family safe, and it's just something that we ask the public to do. So don't use coffee cans, plastic lids can come off easily, and don't use glass bottles, which may break. Okay, and that's it for that one. So that was just a quick overview of hepatitis C. Okay, so next we'll go over syphilis. This is a huge problem here as well. We are, in South Dakota, we are leading the whole nation with syphilis. It really spiked after the pandemic. So for the past years they've been dealing with this situation. Todd County was one of the leading counties, and so that is something that we also cover when we go out into the communities. And this is just a quick little overview of syphilis, just to give you an idea of how serious it is and why we work so hard to address the situation. And so, what is syphilis? Syphilis is a sexually transmitted infection caused by a type of bacteria. It can spread from person to person by physical contact during vaginal, anal, or oral sex. So syphilis is curable with antibiotics, but can often cause serious complications if not treated. So this is what it looks like when you look at the stages of syphilis. You will get a chancre, and this is your body's way of telling you that there's something wrong. So this will show up 10 to 90 days after exposure. It's often described as painless, and so many people won't really recognize this as like a serious thing, and they may overlook it. And here is where you just need one dose of antibiotics. If you don't, you'll go on to the second stage. This is where you'll get the rash on the palms of your hands and the soles of your feet. In this stage, it will start to affect your vision and your hearing. You can experience permanent vision and hearing loss, and it can also damage your organs here. If you still don't get treated, it will make its way into your spine. Once it gets into your spine, it makes its way up, and it will start affecting your nervous system. You can start to lose control of your limbs, and if it makes its way to your brain, it can kill you. So untreated syphilis can lead to permanent vision and hearing loss, stroke, organ damage, and in some cases, death. A pregnant person with syphilis can pass it on to their baby. This is very dangerous and can lead to serious complications, miscarriage, or the death of the baby. So right now, here we are seeing this because there's a lot of pregnant persons that are using, they won't come in to get any checkups. And so in the meantime, all of these stages, this is what's happening to the baby in the womb. And so when the baby is born, if they survive, they can be born blind or deaf or have all of these other issues. But it does lead to permanent birth defects. So studies show that when someone gets infected with syphilis, their chances of becoming infected with HIV in the future become much higher. So this is what it looks like when people get the rash on their hands and their feet. And there's an example of when it gets on your body, like shows up on your body. Typically, since we are darker, these will be more of a darker color. But that's a sign that you're in the second stage. This is what happens when you get it in your mouth. When people get it in their mouth, if you have any open sores or anything in your mouth, if you, well, I'll just say that. If you have any open sores in your mouth and you share a drink or anything like this with somebody who has syphilis in their mouth, you can get it in your mouth. So testing and treatment. Testing is done with a blood test. Timely treatment can cure syphilis and prevent transmission. Treatment usually involves one or a series of injections of penicillin. So if we go back here, if you are in the second stage or in the third or the late stage, that will require 3 doses of penicillin. But what everybody needs to understand that this is curable and you don't have to live like that. So for the people with serious allergies to penicillin, there are alternatives. And then after you complete your shots. A follow-up blood testing is needed after treatment to ensure treatment was successful. And so that's it for that one. And here is the last one. So, improving harm reduction efforts in Rosebud. So, myself and Sarah Purvis worked on this. And so this is a collaboration of RST Health Administration and Massachusetts General Hospital. So here's my agenda for this one. Review of what harm reduction is, what it isn't, what it may look like in Rosebud, what needs to happen, and then just a summary. So what is harm reduction? Harm reduction is a spectrum strategies to reduce the negative consequences associated with drug use, sex work, and other behaviors. Harm reduction is also a movement for social justice built on a belief in and respect for the rights of people who use drugs and alcohol. So these are other examples of harm reduction in other areas. So even sunscreen, seat belts, speed limits, birth control, and cigarette filters. All of this is harm reduction. Death prevention, so the naloxone, the fentanyl test strips, safer consumption services, disease prevention, needle exchange programs, safer sex materials, HIV, Hep C testing and treatment, healthcare, emergency housing, ER after OD, connecting with local resources, and treatment, medication assisted treatment, counseling through telehealth, and case management. So harm reduction is not encouragement to use drugs or alcohol. Incompatible with other substances, substance use disorder treatment. It does not increase illegal drug use or crime, and is not given up. So harm reduction is meeting people where they are, accepting behavior change as an incremental process, use of evidence-based policy and practice, empowerment of individuals. So this is why this is such a big deal when people share needles. So needles are only supposed to be used one time. This is what happens to a needle after it's only used 6 times. It begins to curl, and I do a lot of education with the inmates in the jail. We have a lot of good conversations back and forth. They kind of tell me what they're doing out there. A lot of them will continue to use until the needle is absolutely dull. And even then, some have said that they will still jam this into their arm. And so when you go to pull out, it's going to cause a lot of issues as far as tearing, and that's of tissue, skin. So the reason why this is such a big problem here is because the pits, they can hold blood, tissue, and microorganisms, and that increases the risk for infection and the transmission of blood-borne pathogens. And then the pieces of metal can flake off in the injection site, in the vein or under the skin. So the bent tip creates a jagged puncture point, resulting in more tissue damage and longer healing times. This can cause cellulitis, abscesses, open wounds, sepsis, and endocarditis. And this can spread HIV, hepatitis B and C. And one thing that we don't talk about enough is this is actually how some of the STIs are getting spread as well. We've had multiple people talk about how they are celibate and they don't understand how they have STIs, but this is another way to catch STIs. You're basically opening up your body and you're opening it up to infection and the chance of catching all these various things. So Community prevention programs that provide a range of services and that prevent the spread of disease and protect communities. I'm sorry, this is what a syringe service program is. Also called syringe exchange programs, SEPs, or needle exchange program. And so these are some of the services that would be offered with a type of program like this. So links to substance use disorder treatment, access to and disposal of sterile syringes and injection equipment. This is also for Sundance too. This would be a good site for that, somewhere they could come and get clean, sterile equipment, and then somewhere they could come and dispose of their soiled. Testing, and then links to care and treatment for infectious diseases, as well as counseling. So these are all services that would be offered under a syringe service program. So why is a SSP necessary? So escalated rates of addiction are fueling a dramatic increase in infectious diseases associated with injection drug use. The majority of new HCV infections are due to injection drug use. People who inject drugs accounted for 13% of HIV cases in South Dakota in 2018. Increased trust in healthcare systems, increased access to other healthcare options, so STI test and safe sex resources to further decrease preventable diseases, and linkage to substance abuse treatment options. So data supporting SEPs. Nearly 30 years of research has shown that SEPs are safe, effective, and cost-saving. SSPs are associated with a 50% reduction in HIV and HCV incidents. New users of SSPs are 5 times more likely to enter drug treatment and 3 times more likely to stop using drugs than those who don't use the program. And 90% of the distributed syringes are returned. Reasons for an SSP in Rosebud. So safer community areas, fewer used syringes in parks, streets, or public restrooms, decreased chance of syringe theft. SSPs protect the public, first responders, and waste management teams by providing safe disposal of used needles and syringes. Decreased rates of HIV, hepatitis B and C, and other infections. Improved access to free, clean needles for community members, including those diagnosed with diabetes. SSPs are proven to save lives, help those with substance use disorders get needed support, prevent overdose deaths, and reduce the impact of drug use on the community. And that's it for that one. So those are just some brief overviews of some of the things that we're working on here. As I said before, we're dealing with a lot of issues here. And hepatitis C and the syphilis are the main ones. We're seeing such a large amount of infections right now that the needle service program is what we decided as far as a way to go. And if does anybody have any questions about any of that stuff? No? I'm not sure if anybody's going to come in, but we are here until 6. Like I said before, we did put out some of our material ahead of time. If you didn't get to read any of that stuff, I can go over that right now. So, where is that?
What materials did you hand out right here?
Yeah. So this is the a resolution supporting Indigenous harm reduction strategies, including syringe services to address substance use and promote community health and healing. So, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Sioux is a sovereign nation committed to the health and well-being of its people, grounded in its tradition, culture, values, and values of the Lakota Nation, and whereas the health and safety of tribal members is of the utmost importance, and the tribe recognizes the growing need to address the impacts of substance use, including opioid use and other substance-related harm in the community. And whereas the Indigenous harm reduction approaches rooted in the principles of compassion, non-judgment, and community engagement offer culturally appropriate and evidence-based strategies to reduce the adverse health and social consequences associated with substance use. And whereas syringe service programs, SSPs, have been demonstrated to reduce the transmission of bloodborne infections, including HIV, hepatitis C, which is HCV, and other communicable diseases, while providing pathways to healthcare, treatment, and recovery services. And whereas the implementation of harm reduction and SSPs align with traditional Lakota values of mutual care, healing, and support for those in need. And whereas the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, and other public health authorities recognize SSPs as an essential component of a comprehensive public health response to the opioid epidemic and related health disparities. And whereas access to harm reduction services, including culturally tailored SSPs and overdose prevention resources, can reduce stigma, foster trust in health systems, support community resilience and healing, and save lives. And whereas SSPs can serve as locations for the safe disposal of syringes and needles in order to prevent non-occupational needle stick injuries for community members. Whereas SSPs can serve as locations for community members to access and dispose of supplies needed and used for traditional Lakota ceremonies like Sundance and ceremonies. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe recognizes that implementing harm reduction strategies, including SSPs, is an exercise of its inherent sovereignty and self-determination, affirming the tribe's right to address public health challenges in a manner that reflects its cultural, social, and governmental priorities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council declares its support for the development and implementation of the Indigenous harm reduction strategies, including SSPs, within the Rosebud Sioux Reservation and in collaboration with local, state, and national partners. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council will advocate for funding and resources to support culturally specific harm reduction initiatives, including training for tribal health staff, community education, and the integration of harm reduction into tribal health services. And be it further resolved that all harm reduction services will be delivered with respect for Lakota cultural traditions and in consultation with tribal elders, community members, and healthcare providers. And be it finally resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe calls on state and federal agencies, including the Indian Health Service, to provide technical and financial assistance to ensure the sustainability and success of harm reduction efforts on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation. So that's the resolution for that. We do have another portion of this. So purpose. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe recognizes that the Oyate and its members are facing a growing crisis of substance use driven by historical and ongoing trauma, systemic inequities, and external forces that continue to harm our people and communities. It is the duty of Rosebud Sioux Tribal Government to establish justice, to ensure tranquility, and to enjoy the blessings of freedom and liberty The Rosebud Sioux Tribe will take the appropriate steps to protect the health and well-being of our citizens by implementing culturally grounded harm reduction strategies, including syringe services to prevent overdose deaths, reduce the spread of infectious diseases, and provide pathways to healing and recovery. This ordinance affirms our commitment to supporting Indigenous-led solutions that honor Lakota values, safeguard our people, and strengthen the health of our communities for future generations. Severability. If any part or parts or the application of any part of this chapter is held invalid, such holding shall not affect the validity of the remaining parts of this chapter. The Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby declares that we will have passed the remainder of this chapter, even if it had known that such part or parts of the application of any part thereof would be declared invalid. So definitions, harm reduction. Harm reduction is a public health approach that seeks to minimize the negative health, social, and legal consequences associated with substance use without requiring abstinence. It is rooted in principles of dignity, compassion, and respect for the autonomy of individuals. Harm reduction acknowledges the complex factors that contribute to substance use, including historical trauma, systemic inequities, and social determinants of health. It promotes evidence-based, culturally responsive strategies to reduce harm and support healing. So examples of harm reduction strategies include syringe service programs, naloxone distribution to prevent overdose deaths, access to medications for opioid use disorder, and community-based education. In Indigenous communities, harm reduction also integrates traditional healing practices, cultural teachings, and peer support to address substance use in a way that aligns with community values and strengthens holistic well-being. Syringe service program. Our syringe service program is a community-based harm reduction initiative that provides us access to sterile syringes and safe disposal of used needles to prevent the spread of infectious diseases such as HIV and hepatitis C among people who use drugs. These programs often offer additional health and social services, including access to naloxone to prevent overdoses, referrals to substance use treatment, HIV and hepatitis testing, wound care, and connections to housing and mental health services. SSPs are evidence-based and have been shown to improve public health outcomes by reducing disease transmission, promoting safer practices, and serving as an entry point for individuals seeking care and support in Indigenous communities. Culturally grounded SSPs also integrate traditional healing, peer support, and community education to address substance use in a way that aligns with tribal values and holistic well-being. So that is what was drafted thus far.
Tennille, who drafted the resolution?
This was drafted by Northwest Portland Area Indian Health Board.
I just have two suggestions on this resolution. We can add to it or amend it, right?
Yeah, that's what this is for.
So I wanted to add in here, let me see, oops. So one would be a whereas encourage partnerships that are guided by Indigenous protocols and ethics. And then the other whereas is to support capacity building within communities for sustainable leadership and health initiatives. So I don't know if we could add those two in there, but.
Yes. Can you say those again?
What's that?
Can you say those again?
Okay, so there's three that I would like to add actually. So one would be whereas encourage partnerships that are guided by Indigenous protocols and ethics. The second one would be to support capacity building within communities for sustainable leadership and health.
in health initiatives. And then, if I said it too fast, I could write it. I could put it down for you. Then the other one would be, the third one would be whereas emphasize funding and long-term support for like indigenous-led programs. So we could add those three.
Well, we can take a break since we don't have anybody here yet. I know it's almost 5. It's 5 minutes till 5. That way it'll give people time to come in and give comment if they wish to contribute to this. We will be here, but we'll take like a 15-minute break or something. just so everybody knows, we're still here. There's no one here for public comment. And so we will be calling it at 5:30 if no one shows up. Thank you.